chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for release. Thunder beneath my feet, I sight you on my life. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. But can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure. Charged up, my fuse igniting a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake, 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage bursts through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. But can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. But can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. But can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
윤회어 딛기 출동합니다.
디플러스기야.
아, 달릴 준비를 완전히 마쳤죠.
기가 막히긴 하네요.
디플러스기야 정말 운영의 지옥을 깔아놨습니다.
피오 대지를 정할 수 있는 디플러스기야.
그리고 아래 팀들 너네 우리 선택을 기다려라.
맞죠? 예. BNK 확실히 BNK 1라운드 막바지로 2라운드 들어오면서 더욱더 업그레이드 되고 있습니다.
나도
네.
원게 클리어.
클리어 완전 고대박.
나 6렙이야. 진짜. 그래서
높으면 와 멋졌어요.
멈춰있던 공명이 다시 움직이기 시작했어요. 박치기를 해댑니다 지금 BNK가.
디플러스기야 파이팅!
디플러스기야 화이팅! DX 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK, but not just any day. It is the beginning of the LCK Summer 2024 playoffs. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf, and we are going to bring you D plus Kia up against BNK Fear X. This one, Wolf, the first one, always, third place versus sixth place. Always feels like the third place team generally comes down swinging and takes it down.
However, the last time these teams played against each other, it was a down-to-the-wire, absolute banger match with some base trade scenarios. I do think that we could be in for a very exciting series today. We'll talk a lot about the stylistic similarities between these two teams and their junglers as we get, moving forward here. But, right now, as you say, we have a clear favorite in D+. One of our top seeds here, third versus sixth here. The beginning of round one. You can see the finish here. A difference in 20 games between these two teams. So obviously right now, BNK coming in as underdogs, but with a lot of momentum after the round two change-ups we saw and how they were playing, we'll see if they're a little bit predictable here versus a team that's shown so much draft flexibility, especially moving into our playoffs patch.
Yeah, always seems to be that the third place team is the big favorite coming into these matches. You remember last time around, Quantum Freaks kind of got bopped, and it was not very close. Hoping that we get a bit of a closer match between these two. This is going to be the first match today. If you're looking for the Telecom War, that'll be tomorrow, 2 hours ahead of time, because it is on a Saturday. The weekends do start 2 hours early, so that one should be a bit closer as well on paper. You know, T1 up against KT, but for today we will have the first team to make it on to round 2.
Yeah, tomorrow we're going to find out which telecom timeline we diverge into. Check out the Pog State if you guys have not watched it yet. There's a lot to discuss about how that bracket might shape out, and we did discuss it a lot. A lot of D+ fans coming to show up here. Rookie of the Year, Lucid, those votes did come through. He did get it. And a lot of hype coming into this one.
Yeah, that's Humpty.
Yeah.
I hope you cry with happiness.
That's what it says there. And,
well,
it might happen.
Yeah.
But look, his ex-teammate Henna, you know, is going to be playing in today's match. A very tough matchup for him. But let's talk about the patch. So Aurora is still disabled. That bug hasn't been fixed yet, so that's the #1 thing to mention here. Phosphorus Bomb getting nerfed pretty significantly here for Corki in the laning phase. Doran's Blade also significantly nerfed. This affects a lot of champions, not only in the bottom lane, but also in the top lane, 80 carries in the mid lane. So we'll see if we see a little bit more longsword starts, or if this is just going to make the early game a little bit weaker. Black Cleaver, you can apply the proc of it a lot easier. You can apply 2 stacks faster. They changed it a long time ago, so that wasn't possible because it was too strong. Changed it back. And then you can see some of the nerfs here to Blade of the Ruin King because it was performing too well.
Yeah, Zeri was building it, so, well, we had to get rid of that. Although, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what these builds do look like, as some changes in the mid lane, trying to put down some of the 80 carries that we've seen very often in the mid lane and buff some of our mages.
Yeah, so some AP ratio buff for Orianna won't be too significant. Same with Syndra's ultimate, getting a little bit more damage on that. The big one of these, or the big 2 of these 4, are going to be the Azir, who has more health regen. It's a huge increase from like 3 to 5, and then he actually gets larger base armor, so will perform very well into 80 carries in lane.
He definitely needed more safety. Not a very safe mid laner, Azir.
Silas, of course, was not doing very well. They buffed his passive and the Kingslayer damage, some of his base health stats, of course, as well, going up. So maybe something that we could see out of Showmaker today. Is really the only one who's picked it up this season. And then this is the biggest of all, not a mid lane discussion anymore, but Senna becoming more of an enchanter support. A lot of AP ratios buff for her healing. Her root lasts longer, starting very early on as well. In those level ups, you're still going to get that initial root. It's going to be a lot stronger. Adding 0.25 seconds is actually quite significant. Then the AP ratio on the ultimate as well. The nerfs are that she doesn't scale as fasting Senna into a 80 carry threat. So in theory, and in practice, as we've seen in solo queue already, this pick is now no longer really going to be the 80 carry role with like an Ornn or a Nautilus in the bottom lane, but actually a traditional enchanter support.
Yeah, and the important thing to note is that she's completely busted and extremely strong. So she will be getting banned or picked, I would assume, very often. But we'll see how many melee engage supports we get, as we also have some death timers that have been increased, but some extra movement speed coming out of the fountain.
So it's a change that will definitely affect the top lane a lot. Definitely feels a lot better if you end up getting a solo kill or a gank goes off there and you can control the wave a lot better. It's not actually just, okay, well now he TP'd back really quick and now I'm into disadvantage and can't farm as well, that we saw a lot of the time. That's right.
Yeah, he figured it out. This guy, that's his top gap, basically, in Korean letters. This guy is a huge CK fan.
Yes.
And he's ready for the show to begin.
He's got his bicep ready with the top gap, just like Kingan's got his biceps ready in the top lane. And we do have a BNK fan here as well. And look at this. In terms of the head-to-head between these squads, it has been very D+ favored. Only in 2023 round 2 did BNK get the better of them. But notice that Summer round 2, that was the matchup that was extremely close, 2-1 there. Very, very exciting series. And I think fans are hoping that today's matchup delivers the same way.
Yeah, their first playoff round 2 appearance in 2 years is what they are hoping for. But, I mean, for me, I think DK are coming into this one just really on a big roll. I mean, they've only lost 5 matches, and this guy specifically is just insane. Aiming towards the end of the years, he always gets really, really strong, really focused, and ready for the playoffs, and I think he's going to be the big difference maker for DK in this matchup.
Absolutely. You know, he wasn't able to get that second All-Pro slot, which I think was a bit shocking for a lot of people, and breaking records in terms of kills. I did as well. He's breaking records in terms of kills, right? 301 kills is a record, and he is really, really getting all of the resources, and D+ are funneling that gold into him, and he is utilizing it incredibly well. As Hen is looking for his 1,000th kill, and then some challenger supports in the bottom lane alongside Henna and aiming here, and Moham's return, undefeated on Rel, playing extremely well in terms of shot calling, setting up team fights, objective control as Rel in particular has been great. The Alistair has been banned against him quite a bit. And then Duro, you know, he's had a pretty great season on Rakan, and I think added a lot of stability to a roster that really needed it in the bottom lane.
Absolutely, yes. We're going to take a look at some predictions. Starting off with the Korean ones, we do have mostly 3-1s and then 3-3-0s, and then on the global side, Jisun included, we do have her with the 3-0, but we're a little bit more lenient, I guess, towards the side of BNK, giving them a couple of extra games here and there based on whose pred you look at. I went for 3-0. Kisun also going to be joining us. A little spoiler on the space. He also said 3-0 for DK. Yeah. And, I mean...
Fan preds, 84%. Yeah. I do think that when you consider the experience that this roster has, when you consider the flexibility they have on a new patch, their planning and preparation has always been strong, and BNK being very good at pick-based compositions or dive compositions, but it's very predictable, and if they end up being forced to play a more traditional composition, a scaling composition, they have not been able to find success with that. So when you consider that this is a best of 5, you know, as close as that last series was between these two teams, I feel like if this series gets longer, if it extends, D+ have all those extra edges. So definitely leaning that way myself as well.
Well, guys, we do have an interview with a couple of the coaches from either side, so let's jump into that right now.
네, 안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아 감독 제파 이재민입니다. 이번 시즌은 스프링 시즌보다 정규 시즌에서 좀 더 높은 성적인 3위를 기록해서 플레이오프에 왔는데, 여기서 만족하지 않고 플레이오프 때 좋은 모습을 보여드려서 우승까지 가고 싶어요. 아무래도 KT는 그 특유의 고점이 나왔을 때 어떤 일이 벌어질지 모르고, PS 같은 경우는 다른 경험이 없기 때문에 좀 더 상대하기 편할 것 같아서 고르게 되었습니다. 랩터 선수와 드로 선수를 올리고 난 뒤에 그 전반적인 팀합이나 그런 것들이 되게 많이 좋아져가지고 생각보다 위협되는 상대라고 생각하고 있습니다. 14.16 패치에 그런 데스타이머나 어떤 템이나 챔피언의 변화가 있었는데, 그런 부분들을 신경 써서 티어 정리를 잘 준비했고 뱀픽을 잘 준비했습니다. 저희가 스프링 시즌도 그렇지만 이번 썸머 시즌도 이제 정규 시즌 막바지에 제가 여러 가지 것들을 하다 보니까는 좀 불안한 모습도 많이 보여드렸었는데, 오늘은 안정된 모습으로 이기고 싶습니다. 디플러스 기아 파이팅!
안녕하세요. BNK PX 감독 유상욱입니다. 저희가 플레이오프를 좀 한 끗 차이로 못 가서 많이 아쉬웠는데, 이번에는 그래도 플레이오프도 가고 이제 선발전까지 할 수 있는 기회가 생겨서 다 같이 지금 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 많이 노력하고 있습니다. 그때도 뭔가 저희가 이길 만한 경기였다고 생각을 하는데, 그 판에서 배운 점이 좀 있다고 생각을 하거든요. 그래서 그런 점들 많이 고치고 저희 잘할 거 할 수 있으면 충분히 승산이 있다고 생각하고 있습니다. 이번 패치가 바뀌고 나서 저희가 좀 잘할 수 있는 것들을 최대한 찾아봤고, 저희 티어 정리를 나름대로 끝냈는데, 그 티어 정리가 이제 맞는지는 오늘 경기에서 확인해야 될 것 같습니다. 일단 상대팀이 일단 모든 챔피언을 좀 많이 활용한다고 생각을 해서 좀 많은 챔피언들을 좀 활용할 수 있도록 많이 연습을 했고, 좀 다양한 조합을 좀 할 수 있도록 좀 연습해온 상태입니다. 일단 저희가 상대적으로 좀 약팀이라고 평가를 받고 있는데, 좀 이길 수 있다는 마음으로 준비를 했고, 선수단도 다 자신 있는 상태이기 때문에 오늘 열심히 하겠습니다. BNK PX 화이팅!
And there you have it from both of the coaches, just talking a bit about the patch as well, just saying they prepared their best to try to just be ready for this best of 5, right? A lot of the other teams are going to watch this best of 5 and learn a lot, but these two teams have to go first.
That's right, and they're trying to showcase a little bit more flexibility, I think, in draft. Ryu, a player who has such an interesting legacy, but will need to perform in playoffs here, I feel like, to change the narrative. Let's talk about our players, top laners first. Kingen coming out. We talked about the biceps earlier, but he has really been Worlds 2022 Kingen more often than not here in summer season, as he was one of our most criticized players in spring. A lot of people are calling for him to be replaced, and I think that this summer season has been fantastic for him. He has just been way more consistent than he was in spring, and it's a huge boon for their roster right now.
Yeah, I feel like those carry performances are happening more often than not, and that's really what they needed from him. We know he's capable of it, so the fact that he's able to bring it out here in summer, very, very important. As you're going to take a look at his opponent in the top lane, this is clear, and this guy had some insanely high highs up against a variety of different teams, but towards the very end of the season did fall off a little bit, so excited to see what he has prepped for this Best of 5.
Yeah, his Gnar, his Kennen, ranged matchups he's been really crushing and has really had a massive blow up, finally living up to the DRX clear that we had in Challengers that moved into LCK. We had really high expectations for. Feels like those are finally being realized here for BNK, so a huge ace for them and flexible in draft. As Lucid, Rookie of the Year, will be walking out here. I think a lot of people had to tip the scale towards him over Perfect, as his performances in summer have just been so incredibly strong. He's been pulling draft resources because of his picks like Vi, sometimes even Lee Sin, and you really have to give it to this guy. Massive improvement. If there was a most improved player award, he might get it as well, as he went from shaky, indecisive to extremely consistent, extremely strong early games, and he and Showmaker have a very strong mid-jungle synergy right now.
This is very clutch. I mean, I always think about that Lee Sin he pulled out against Gen G, and that was kind of the beginning of him really upping the scales on his career. Now here's Raptor. Weren't sure what to think about him when he was first coming in for BNK, but slowly and surely, even as the coaches did mention, I think Zephyr was talking about how their team synergy with this guy in the jungle has seriously improved.
And it's going to be his first career Best of 5 as well, as he was on Breon in Challengers, wasn't able to participate in playoffs there. He has never played a Best of 5 before. This will be his very first one. He will be tested against a team that has massive amounts of experience, only Lucid being the new player on D+, and he's played a ton of Challengers playoffs and Best of 5. So definitely a huge test for him, a huge challenge. His champion pool, though, pretty similar to Lucid's, as now the man, the myth, the legend, Showmaker. So many playoffs, so many LCK titles under his belt, looking for his fourth. If he could make that run, that miracle run for D+ through the playoffs, new Neo D+. He's the one constant for this roster.
Yeah. And the thing about him is he did not make it into, one of the top 3 teams, and he had kind of a rough end of the summer. But when it comes to Best of 5s, when it comes to experience, as you mentioned, we're definitely expecting big things from him and hoping that he can turn up the heat a bit here going into playoffs. Because again, another player we know is very capable of carrying, even solo at times. And even the motto of the team is based off of him as well.
And speaking of carries, Closer has certainly been a bright star for this roster. One of the main key parts, a meta-dependent player oftentimes, but I feel like this season he has really branched out a little bit. And it's not just, okay, well, Closer has to be on Yone, or he has to play Akali, otherwise he's going to have a relatively weak performance. His Talia, for example, looking really good. His Azir is looking improved. So it's an AD carry meta in the mid lane for sure, but on this new patch, maybe we'll see some of his flexibility shine through for BNK. I think it needs to.
Yeah, it definitely does, as here's aiming. And in my opinion, I think this might be the best performing player that will play on the Rift tonight. I mean, he just is the Gold King. He does everything. He can play all sorts of insane picks. Only got 3rd team of all LCK. As you mentioned, we voted for him 2nd. We thought he should be there, but man, this guy can carry, especially when the pressure's on.
His Zeri, his Kai'Sa, his Ezreal, 3 extremely relevant champions in this meta, and he is racking up kills. He's set the record for most kills in a split as AD carry, and he deserves the praise. He's going to get the Gold King, will be fed the gold today, and somehow, some way, BNK are going to have to shut this guy down. And on the opposite side of things, in Henna, this is one of his biggest opportunities he's had in his career. Only played in playoffs in 2022, was only able to be in that first round, was eliminated there. and has really been, I feel like, one of our most consistent east side 80 carries. He hasn't been flashy. You compare his stats to Aiming. Aiming has all the gold. He has all the damage per gold. He's insane, right? Henna's a little bit quieter, but he has been relatively consistent. Doesn't make a lot of mistakes. If his team is ahead, he will absolutely be that guy. Similar to Ghost in the past, who will quietly help carry when those pick compositions come through. But definitely a big gap in the matchup in terms of star power right now, and Henna has to prove a lot tonight if they're going to take the win.
Yeah, as you mentioned, big opportunity for him to really prove himself. As here's Moham, one of our two new joiners. Now, he has played in the LCK at times in the past, but this feels like the first time that he's really going to be a consistent part of the DK roster. They decided to change from Kellen to Moham right at the end of the season, and it's a big gamble. We'll see if it works out.
It's a huge gamble, but I give massive props to Zeppa and the coaching staff for making this difficult decision, because they've been afraid to make tough decisions like this in the past. This time they're sticking with it all the way. No half measure, Bible, nothing like that. This time they are going to go all in on this, and that's right next to their key player Aiming. He's still getting it done. It's Duro, a very well-spoken player, a very respectful yet confident player, a player who has brought the bottom lane back to consistency. Execute was flipping a lot of lanes. We were worried about how he was going into team fights on objective setups. Duro has been super clutch. His Rakan in particular, a pick to watch out for in this best of 5. Might draw some bans in that second phase. I think he is definitely a player who can win skirmishes for his team, set up those picks. It doesn't always have to be closer or Raptor who starts the initial engagement. It could be him as well. Such a key part of this roster.
Absolutely. As here's D plus Kia, as supposed to say DK win in the audience there with all the cards. Nice little ceremony prepped from the fans. Also, the best fan, he's got the star, and he's doing the Showmaker, the World Championship star, of course, that old Round1 Kia, or rather Round1 Gaming, and then now D plus Kia has brought in.
B&K have so much to prove. I mentioned for you earlier, I feel like his most famed moment was getting crushed by Faker in a 1v1 in a match that was already lost. But if he can actually prepare, yeah, we knew this one was coming. Look at these numbers here for Aiming. Damage percentage highest in the LCK. Damage per minute highest in the LCK. Damage per gold highest in the LCK. CS difference, he's up 12. His gold difference at 15 is 600. So he's getting the most gold and doing the most with it. And this has been a consistent strategy. In round 1, there were times we were worried about D+. Like, can they keep doing this? Aiming's making some mistakes. He's going in a little bit too early. Made a mistake on the team fight. Overextended. Got picked. Was farming too hard in the enemy jungle. Gets picked. They lose the game. But when we moved into round 2, those moments just seemed to completely fade away. And he is not making errors. He's getting the money. And we were like, oh, I don't know if D+ can win and have a good playoffs run. You know, in round 1, we were like, I don't know if that's going to happen if they keep just doing the Aiming Gold King strat. Now we've all pivoted. We're like, no, this is the way. Yeah. Give him the money and let him carry.
Yeah, and you think about the other tools they have in their toolkit. We talked about the carry potential of Pingin. We talked about Showmaker Lucid duo potential. We've seen many different carries from them. They had the pop-off performance in their win against Gen G in that one game with the TF and Lee Sin. I mean, there's a lot of different modes and methods for DK to win games. But as you mentioned, the most consistent one is give him Aiming Gold and have him kill things. And they've done that a lot with 13 series under their belt. So now we're getting into a best of 5 here in the summer playoffs.
So Lucid and Raptor both have a very similar champion pool. The Vi that is banned against Lucid almost every time might not necessarily get banned in this series because Raptor has utilized it incredibly well and B&K like to draft around that. But when you're on red side, because you're the lower seed going into game 1, you really do have to consider banning that, because if Lucid gets his hands on it, you don't get to play that pick. It's banned against you and used against you essentially in those moments. So Showmaker will consistently get that LeBlanc ban. Do think that's warranted. Maokai ban towards Lucid, also warranted, incredibly powerful pick. D+ on blue side here will ban that Vi away.
Yeah, I mean, Lucid can definitely play a whole slew of things. Vi definitely seems to be his best, but when it comes down to Raptor, they want to deny it from him and play something else. Maokai also banned, so a lot of targeting here on the jungle. I do wonder about that Senna. This is the Senna patch. Do they want to ban it in game 1? No, they're just going to take away the Lilia.
Now, we don't know where center priority is going to lie here in the LCK just yet. I know the sentiment online and solo queue numbers are showing that this should be like a first pick champion right now. GP, on the other hand, is not. But
although Kingan's playing it a lot.
And it is, with the Rumble available here, probably not the best bet, but let's see what Clear has in answer because, he has a great cannon, and that is, I think, likely what the answer is going to be here. Can be a matchup that plays out very well depending on what jungler they get here to put some kill pressure on the Rumble. The Ashe will be Hubbard. Sejuani is also available, so if you want to pick comp, those two ultimates together set you up for success right away, but Closer will snatch the Azir instead.
Yeah, I mean, Azir should be also very powerful. He was already in a pretty good spot, and I think with some of the buffs he got for his laning, he should be pretty strong. Lee Sin available. And Lucid, oftentimes having Vi and Lee Sin banned away from him. And it's just Nasus.
Yeah, with Rumble already locked in. So we're going to have to wait and see what the game plan for this one is going to be. No way Showmaker pulls out the Syndra as well. Small buff to the ultimate. He always hovers this, so I don't want to read too much into it, but I would love to see it into the Azir. Try to put that lane pressure on early as there's still a lot of other champions up in the AD position that he could play here. Misfortune. Okay.
Where's this Nasus going?
I don't know. I mean, my guess right now would be support, but
I was kind of guessing jungle, but then now we've got an Ivern. I mean, if you think about the Wither into the attack speed champs of Ashe and Azir, I mean, it could be pretty strong, but this is a huge curveball.
Yeah. And they're not going to grab the Sejuani here. They're going to grab Ornn super early, as this draft is wild. But it is going to give them an already strong scaling Azir with those ornaments will be incredibly strong. Great for team fights and very difficult to punish into the Rumble. So Ezreal will be taken away from aiming here.
Well, if I'm getting the word actually from Ox, who's on the space, Faker has been playing a lot of Nasus mid.
Nasus mid, okay.
So into the Azir, probably just the way it's going to go. Showmaker also spamming it in solo queue, and this is definitely not the look I was expecting for 14-16. I didn't think it would happen in Pro.
Consider the Wither plus Equalizer, how incredibly powerful that can be at the start of a team fight. But I don't want to talk about all this stuff right now because we're still going to get through this draft, but it is very exciting. Very difficult to punish with this Ivern too. They took the Ezreal away. They could take the Zeri away. They'll take away the Misfortune instead. Very strong laning phase there. Viego has been removed. The jungle pool is getting pretty thin. Zyra's gone. Lilia's gone. Maokai's gone. But it feels like the Sejuani just suits this composition so incredibly well. I'm surprised that is not going to be taken away. Sure, there's no real permafrost synergy here with the pick right now. But it is so good at setting up picks. And you have the Ornn follow-up as well. So that would be my guess as a final jungle ban here. Braum, strong with Ashe was the other consideration. So I'm guessing that we will see that Sejuani locked in, and then they could save counter pick for Duro for that final spot.
Yeah, I mean, if you consider even the potential to go for the Rakan, which is also available, I mean, you have a ton of pick, and it's just Sejuani ignored. It's just going to be Xin Zhao, and this has been something.
It's a Raptor exclusive.
Yeah, that Raptor has been playing, so he is going to pull it out. Probably comfort for him coming into this one.
Oh, boy.
Well,
I see you have some scaling on the other side. How about some scaling on our side? And Moham is going to get his favorite, his undefeated Rel. And it's going to be Seraphine here in the bottom lane. So a lot of pushing power to try to punish that Smolder Rel lane early. Showmaker will be playing the Nasus mid, it does appear, and that's not a surprise when you look at the solo queue stats. I'm not 100% sold on how this pick is going to work, but I think it's incredibly powerful in team fights with those equalizers. And when you have the scaling Smolder as well, you end up being such a great peel tool. You can keep them at bay, you can keep the Xin Zhao at bay, you set up the Wither, and Smolder just stacks, burns, and it becomes so difficult to play into. I do think D+'s comp from a theoretical standpoint is very strong, has great team fight setup, scales incredibly well, but it's still somewhat of an unknown quantity. So we'll see how Raptor plays around this Nasus pick, because I think he has a big role to play in this game. They have also an incredibly strong scaling comp. They're going to have a ton of shielding here from the Seraphine. They're going to have good setup with Ornn, Ashe, Ashe, the Azir, that will also scale incredibly well. The damage output is going to be very high late. So can they catch this Smolder? Can they kill this Smolder? Can they get past the Nasus? Those are the questions that B&K have to answer with this first draft. And, you know, I don't know what the scoreline's going to be in this series, but if it's going to look like this, I'm here for it, Valdez.
Yeah, Nasus mid in pro play. This is not a day I thought I would see. And it's an exciting day to be a League of Legends fan, an LCK fan, a Showmaker fan. We'll see how it works out, though, as this one looks a lot more standard on the side of B&K. Let's see how it goes as we hop into the rift for game number 1. And here we go. Game number 1 of round 1, match 1 of the playoffs for 2024 summer. And Showmaker's already dancing. They also gave King and Rumble, which I feel like right off the bat, that was the big question mark in my mind. And then it was filled with a lot of other question marks, right? But we have to remember that Kingen was just given Rumble.
I think that when you look at B&K, as hold that thought, Ashe level 1, we're going to try to put some pressure on here, but D+ have this really good ward, so won't be punished. But I think that when you consider Clear's champion pool and how strong of a cannon he is, perhaps it was just the confidence that he would be able to handle the matchup, and then as the draft took a turn for the crazy, and they took the Azir instead, I think he was like, all right, well, let's just go hard on the scaling here. As, speaking of scaling, the Nasus will also infinitely scale. Raptor in a bit of danger.
All right, well,
coming through.
Yeah, he's going to see them, but the thing is, he doesn't really get to do much about this. He's also going to flash. Just wants to play it safe right from the get-go. Has to go to his blue. But this means that Lucid on Ivern insta-clears the Raptors, and now he's going to go up towards the enemy red side jungle.
Yeah, and they're just going to set up this extremely powerful lane here in the top side. Smolder going to be stacking and grabbing some plate gold early, just avoiding this early lane into Seraphine Ashe. Does mean that Henna should be able to get a significantly larger amount of plate gold in the bottom side. And with Ivern, when you go for this cap, you could just simply execute with Smite if you have it available. Very difficult to protect as Raptor here. But he doesn't even need to do that. Used his Smite moments ago. And Raptor is just pushed away. We'll come over here and counter jungle this red buff. But pretty interesting start here for the side of D+, as aiming is just going to get these free levels here. Will not be punished, will not be hindered by this Ashe in any way. And they are also, like you said, able to take the flash away from Raptor. Does mean...
So,
yeah,
CJ Rapid Star up against Ryu
himself,
who you talked about.
Yeah.
In the mid lane. This was played 4,129 days ago in 2013.
So
I almost said 2023.
11 years ago.
Yeah.
As
there he is.
As the man, the myth, the legend.
So,
okay,
Raptor got one buff.
Yes.
But he did not take his own blue.
No, and it was stolen with that Smite mechanic I was talking about with the Ivern. So, Lucid here is putting on a lot of pressure, getting a lot of information. Now, one of the bigger losers here in this exchange with the lane swap is going to be the Rumble, who doesn't actually get to put an insane amount of pressure on, but he is up here now, you know, getting plate gold. And there's no response just yet, as Clear is still in the bottom lane, can teleport, but has not decided to do so. And there he goes now, but the damage has been done. So it could have been worse for Kingen if he wasn't able to get this value here topside, but I believe he got that plate and not the Smolder Rel duo, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't think we showed that.
Yeah, could have been shared as well. Here comes Mohan level 2, but also Showmakers here. Raptor, remember, does not have flash, and he's already taken so much damage from the Ignite, and there's just no way to save him, as that's going to be first blood given to mid Nasus and a red buff just for bonus.
Yeah, which is going to be a little bit annoying to deal with, as Closer is also sitting at an extremely low amount of HP here. And Moam is just going to continue to guard Duro out, aiming freely, stacking and scaling down here in the bottom lane. D+ just have an insane advantage. I mean, it's 420 on the clock. They're 1,000 gold ahead. I mean, look at the jungle CS difference here. It is so massive, as Lucid is just way out-jungled Raptor here in this early game. And Raptor's just like, well, I got to do something. I got to grab anything I can. It's just a roam up from Moham. He doesn't have flash. It's crash down on. Ignite ticks. Showmaker has the damage, and Closer can do nothing in return. They don't have mid-prio. This was just a greedy call because he's trying to catch up in any way he can.
Yeah.
He is punished instantly.
It's just it's a team effort, right? You know, aiming at Moham, getting in there, invading Raptor, forcing the flash. Then, you know, Moham's been everywhere. He's been top. He's been in the enemy jungle. He's been in his own jungle. He's level 2, and that's all he needs to put on the pressure to deny Raptor even more, get him even farther behind. The Xin Zhao basically not going to be doing too much in this game, and I love strategies like this where aiming just gets a free farm and everybody else is distracted as well. As the root's going to come down, and Duro in a lot of trouble here. Not even going to bother to flash, as he thought about it, but he's not going to. That is a kill, easily fed over to aiming already.
Plus, Dragon down here under their control. Showmaker is winning the lane, smashing the lane. And he's got a Sheen, so he hits hard with his Q. And it's not even really stacked up. He only has 60 at the moment.
The thing about this is you level up your E, and the poke is just way more than Azir can do to a Nasus. And he's just going to ult as well, just for extra Qs, and to smack this turret really hard. I mean, Closer doesn't get to do anything.
He doesn't have level 6. There's nothing he can offer back. The jungle doesn't belong to Raptor. I hate to say it, Valdez, but it's almost like this game is over at 6 minutes. I mean, they're 2,000 gold behind. They don't have a jungler.
Maybe 2 minutes ago.
And Smolder has a kill and a free lane, and now Clear's in trouble. I think he should be fine, but we're going to come up with that pressure on. I say it.
Yeah.
Be Grubs, and I mean, there is not one single part of this map that's not completely on fire for BNK right now.
Absolutely. It feels like Raptor's kind of scrambling around the map. You know, he tries to take a desperate dragon because, well, there's nothing else.
Right.
볼게.
This is the comms. They have vision.
노플.
No flash. Showmaker saying, I'm going, play it slow.
노플이래. W 5초. 이거지.
Pretty simple there. Down here, just a really nice gank here from Lucid. Set the crash down into the root, and he is just dead. Nothing he can do. No reason to flash, as Lucid is just killing it right now. And when you have some winning lanes, it gets a lot easier to play the Ivern, but BNK just kind of getting caught with their pants down a little bit here, as they also get 2 and will secure 3 of the grubs. So,
yeah,
kind of a disaster. They did not secure that Hextech Dragon earlier. They didn't complete it. So there's still an opportunity for BNK to maybe take that one away, but I'm not going to bet on it at the moment.
I mean, like you said, Wolf, it's like BNK don't really have a jungler right now. He's just kind of running around like, I guess I'll take the wolves. Like, he doesn't get to do anything. He's just so far behind, and when an Ivern gets this much tempo and he's helped out by his team and he's not really playing against anyone because, well, Raptor doesn't really exist, he just gets to have a really fun time. And, you know, the other part of this draft as well is, okay, we're going to have a little bit of a 1v1 here. The Ornn will be called. Kingin getting assassinated by Ornn himself, but at the end of the day, does he have kill pressure? Kingin might be forced to flash here as a flash comes in, and Kingin is just holding his flash and finally uses it at the very end, but going to clear the wave. Here comes Raptor. He is in position. Will he have vision of this? Yes, he will. Comes on in, and Kingin, there's no wave here, and, well, Clear will live as well. Okay, so they do barely get that kill and get out of there alive.
A good play from Raptor there. Clear, kind of some 4D chess on this one because he knows that Kingin should be able to escape. It gets his flash there. As Raptor's coming over, they know they have the priority there to actually set up the follow-up kill. So it was actually really well played, as I think Kingin kind of was like, oh, I'll be fine. I can take this damage because I have my harpoons. I can slow you. I should be able to get out. Has to flash eventually. Was hoping he could get away with it and not flash there and then just go back to his turret and clear the wave. But Raptor shows up and ends up getting the kill. So very clean play there. Very dangerous. Clear almost going down. That would have completely ruined everything. They are just able to make it work. As, yeah, this is still an issue. I mean, he did get the kill there in the top side. That's a little bit of gold in his pocket, but his jungle still just doesn't really belong to him.
Yeah, 65 CS on the Ivern with the 3 grubs. As you mentioned, the Drake's still alive. Not very easy for an Ivern to take that, and it's not like they have a huge amount of pressure in bot DK with a Smolder. So maybe eventually Raptor can take it down, as a little flap away from the roots. Pretty easy for aiming to handle that. Also in Swifties. And yeah, like I said before, like this game isn't even really about aiming, but he's also 92 CS with a kill on Smolder, so
look at where Raptor is when this all starts up. He's very nearby. And so they're trying to keep Kingen in place here. The ult is committed. Kingen's like, I've got harpoons, I got the slow. He's going to be able to avoid the knockup here. Flash comes through to get the brittle proc, and then I think Kingen's like, okay, I should be safe as long as I flash this knockup. Is able to get away, but what he doesn't know, because he doesn't have a ward here, because he's had so much prio, is that Raptor is lurking nearby. Clear tanks up the turret because there is no wave. Really adeptly played by Clear there. Gets the final charge to avoid that last turret shot to get out with his life. A small victory here, but I feel like we got to really zoom in on it because it's the only one they got, Valdez. Look at the gold on all lanes.
better than nothing, I guess. And yeah, I mean, you see the biggest lead in gold is actually in the mid lane, which makes sense. Showmaker did get that first blood. As Duro's just kind of going for a walk in his own jungle. He thinks he's safe, but he's level 5 Seraphine, does have his flash, as he didn't use it before. Now he's going to use it, but I'm not sure he really needed to be there. He's trying to join up with Henna in the top lane, but I don't know if he can get there without Raptor.
I mean, look at where Lucid is. Like, there's no safe path to get up there, and he just has to, unfortunately, toss his flash to the wind. Because now Henna's like, I need somebody up here, or I'm actually going to be the next target. Please help. And Ash, in this, game state, 11 minutes in, significantly behind in farm. The Smolder has been freely stacking. Got that early kill. So there's not a whole lot that Henna can do. There's not much Duro can do without his ultimate here to try to punish this Smolder either. And if Raptor goes up and Lucid is there, he dies. Speaking of, we're going to try to challenge some vision here for these second grubs.
So this is kind of BNK's first stance in the game. They're like, okay, we're going to fight for this. We have to. And, I mean, they're going to get one. I do fear for them for the rest of them, but they're bringing all 5 members up to the top river. Very much BNK style, as they are going to throw down, but now Raptor kind of in a rough spot, already taking damage. Goes for the Crescent Guard. King though isolated, and he will be taken down pretty much for free. The Equalizer does a little bit of damage, but nothing compared to his death, as that kill also goes to Closer.
Yeah, Raptor, had to ult, right? Was under a lot of fire there, but that's part of what Xin Zhao can offer you is basically this infinite brick wall that cannot be picked in a fight like this, in a skirmish like this, and then a very squishy Rumble trying to come over and actually close the flank there. Ends up just getting picked. Great turn from BNK. It's not really a pick comp at the end of the day with what they rounded it out with, but they can still go see target, kill target. Clear is be roaming up here. I don't think they have full information about this brush party, but he's obviously aware that it's very likely.
Well, they're not going to back yet. Lucid starts his back. Also, Moham's going to back. So looks like Clear should be fine. He's also hugging his turret. Yeah, pretty aware that he is in a bit of danger.
So look at this. When Raptor gets the aggro here and has to Crescent Guard, that's when Kingen just walks into a brush he has no vision of. Just straight up walking to face check, hoping he's going to then close the gap and toss the Equalizer and win that fight for D+. I think tunneling a little bit on the ult angle and not really considering what could be lurking beyond. BNK just turn on him and kill him instantly. Definitely have to respect Rumble's lack of tankiness, You can't just walk into an Ornn or you will be collapsed on.
Second time he's done that as well. Remember that he took basically more than half his health bar underneath Ornn's turret before, which is kind of what led to the eventual kill and his first death. The only 2 deaths on the team, and he's still Rumble, so he's still going to have value in this game. He's still ahead on CS, but yeah, not the greatest start for him. I think it's okay for the set of DK, though, because they still have aiming. They still have Showmaker, who's the most farmed in the game, and Lucid's also very far ahead. So still DK in the lead, besides the iffiness in the top lane, I guess.
We may also be approaching the longest the latest first dragon of the season. We're looking at 14 minutes on the clock here. No Drake take, no commitment to that. All the fighting has been around those grubs, and obviously, like you mentioned, there wasn't a whole lot of control bottom side for D+. It was too risky to finish the dragon off with Ivern when they had it start up earlier after that pick onto Raptor. And it looks like maybe finally we will see some action here as Closer has control of this bottom side. Kingen has TP but is walking back to lane. They're instead going to commit to taking this turret out. Kingen's very wisely staying away.
It's first turret blood. I mean, it's going to be a lot here for Closer, who also got that kill. onto King. So I feel like this is actually BNK FRX making some big strides to come back in this game. I mean, you look at the gold, it's basically even. And yeah, the gold is in great spots for the side of DK, but you've also got some gold here on the Azir, who's going to be the main carry of the BNK composition. They're also going to get that first dragon 14 minutes and 41 seconds into the game.
Yeah, as Showmaker here.
So he did take turret aggro, and oh, he's just barely out of turret range there. Very lucky for him. But he also got a shot onto that one. Here comes an arrow, just kind of, if he did stay under that turret, which he did not.
Well, bit of a funny game for getting turret aggro against Clear here in the top side for some of our D+ players, but we'll be fine. And now Clear is not in the clear. We'll have to leave, and that's going to be a turret here taken in return. Well, we had the gold lead at like 6 minutes, was 1,000. That went up to 2,000. And now BNK are basically dead even in gold with a few picks, some really nice macro plays, grabbing that first dragon. They've really put themselves back into the game in a huge way. And D+, still scale incredibly well. They still have an Nasus, they still have a Smolder. It's Rumble, right? Even though the Rumble is 0 and 2, and you know, because of
as well,
yeah,
with all of that.
Because of the lane swaps, like he's not where a Rumble necessarily would be at this stage in the game. It was a little bit lower eco, but not that significantly lower than what he would be. So he's got his Leandries. He's going to have his Sork Shoe soon, or so Huni is praying. And considering the game state, I think there's no other option in this draft to go for it. But D+ here, I feel like they had a huge lead, and then they got a little bit sloppy, and BNK so fast to punish here. We do have a game of League of Legends on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, it's very D+ Kia. I'm sure they were having a lot of fun, and there was a lot of laughing on the comms. But now they've got BNK to deal with as Moham, the target, but Izarel, do they have the damage? It looks like absolutely yes, as he gets blown up in midair, but now the damage coming out from the Smolder, from that Rumble, but King in frontlining once again, he does flash away, as Raptor finally does go down, and aiming at Showmaker still not dealt with, but it's still a man advantage here to the side of BNK FRX, as Showmaker is just smacking Closer down and away from his team. So much damage coming out from the Smolder and the Nasus as they're trying to desperately get somebody else, but they will not be able to.
Yeah, really great skirmishing comp here for the side of BNK. So incredibly powerful, you could chain those CCs together. They go on to Moham instantly. It's a 2-for-1 here. BNK take the lead and kill, should be able to defend this turret initially here. The charge of the Herald will come through. They don't have a wave.
They still have Horn.
There it is.
Yeah, they want to pull it here. Let's see. And yeah, he's just going to avoid that. Moham also going to crash down away.
They save the turret for now. McKinnon is putting the pressure onto that bottom turret at the same time, using the Herald incredibly well here. Kind of awkward because there's no dragon, because the dragon was taken so late. That's not up, so you're not getting prio out of that, but at least able to get a significant chunk of this turret's damage here in bottom, and that mid turret is basically just a breeze away from falling. Going back to this play here, this is a BNK move, you know? See champion, kill champion, chain it together. Raptor extremely confident here. And because they have the Seraphine and some of the shielding in this skirmish, they feel like, okay, we should be able to get out of here. We should be able to just mitigate some of this damage. Look at how much value they're getting out of the shields. Kingin gets burst down. Great damage being layered through from Closer. It ends up being a trade for Raptor, but it's 2-for-1 here, and they have so much that they can use to kind of kite back, slow them up. It's really a quite incredible comp when you look at how it fights even in this early game. When you get to the late game, it's going to be very strong. Showmaker, on the other hand, does a lot of work here, and if they are all together, D+, I think, absolutely win that fight. But very decisive call from BNK, and that's been the story of this game. Sure, behind early, but they're not pulling any punches.
Yeah, and Nasus is just so strong in the mid-game. People think about his infinite scaling, but I feel like especially once he hits the Trinity Force and a tanky second item, you just can't really stop him. And you saw Showmaker just sprinting at 4 people, not caring. He had Ivern behind him, and it's incredible what the Nasus can do in some fights like that, and that was DK from behind. So really looking for Showmaker to kind of carry through the mid-game, and then they've got the Smolder, obviously, for the late game.
Yeah. Showmaker has his Q-Max now, of course, as well, so once you have 5 points in that, and you start to really stack and scale, the laning E damage is very nice and all, but now he's a real Nasus. Now he's really bopping heads with that Q damage coming through. Has his Frozen Heart just completed now as well, so very tanky, very difficult to deal with. However, once the Leandries gets done for Closer, he's really going to be the threat for this Nasus. Just going to be layering so much of that damage in. Speaking of, that finishes right here before this Dragon, so 2 big spikes coming through simultaneously for both of these squads as we look for the second dragon. We don't know what soul it's going to be, but it's not going to be Hextech, it's not going to be Infernal, so a 2 Drake lead here could be a huge boon for BNK, especially if it ends up being Mountain Soul for this Ornn composition. With all the shielding though, Chemtech also feels pretty nice, so we'll see what BNK end up with here if they can win this next dragon fight. A little bit timid on the setup now, rotating over late. Aiming picks up his Muramana. There's the transformation. This is a big spike kind of across the board on both sides.
Yeah, a lot of spikes hit here. And you can tell that both teams, they really want to fight for this one Infernal Drake. DK don't want to let BNK start stacking them up. And DK would like to stack and start off with that Infernal Drake, especially with all their damage. Is trying to set up here is BNK, but now a line of brushes already coming in from the side of Lucid. Daisy keeping this one leashed and trying to poke a little bit with some trigger seeds and some shields going in. But this one is still leashed and Daisy getting pretty low. Might just come down to a smite here as it does go the way of Lucid, and a big knockup from the side of Moham. And all of those team finals just raining down onto that backline, and Raptor is the one that has to pay clear as well, as the rest of the team just could not fight because they were zoned.
Yeah, Magnet Storm plus Equalizer equals dead BNK. Very, very easy setup here from Moham as they have the brushes. And that's the moment when BNK have to go in for one last contest to actually look for the smite. It's taken away from them. Lucid is able to secure it. And watch Moham in this fight. Like, he's in the brush here, clearing this vision out. And everyone on BNK is just grouped up, as we are seeing in live a Baron take for DK after this huge team fight win. And look at this. Flash in. Charm doesn't care. Sets up the ultimate. Equalizer's layered on top. Smolder, Mom layered on top. And that's the end of the fight. Raptor, he uses his ultimate, but that's not going to be enough to keep him alive against 5 players. And now Baron?
Well, Seraphine's support doesn't really have any burst damage.
No.
So it's not going to beat Smite, and Lucid's not going to mess around with that, knowing the threat. That is basically a 20-minute Baron start, right? They went right from the fight, took the Drake, wiped them, the rest of the guys had to back. They go up to Baron, they take that down. So now Red Build Baron power play on the side of D plus Kia. It really feels like that one dragon fight was the turning point in this game, as D plus will look to try to surge into the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it was dead even in gold basically at the moments leading up to that dragon. Everyone was saying their 2-item spikes, and then bam, suddenly D plus 3,000 gold lead, and it may get even bigger than that with some turrets to be potentially taken down. That bottom turret, Outer still standing here. Aiming is at 201 stack, so it's a little bit late of a stack for him in this game, but he is about to hit that break point. They've got that, plus this scaling Nasus and the Rumble damage. When Moham's going to hit big ultimates like the one we just saw, it just looks like these fights aren't going to be fights. They're just going to be walkovers.
Yeah.
And we just need to see a more decisive call from BNK. They needed to have closer in position to maybe look for a shuffle punish, but it's so tough into the Ivern. You don't have vision. They're trying to toss as many wards in as they can, but it's cleared out. They can't see the angle of engage. They have to look for that smite secure. And D+ played it so patiently, like you mentioned, using the Daisy leash to keep that dragon in position for them to then look for that snap engage that Moham finds. And even with the charm, he's still able to get the ultimate off. Nice try, Duro, but not enough. Closer.
Here comes Clear. King and not going to mess around this time. Does elect to flash. Now Closer in a bit of trouble. Look at that Equalizer. It's burning the entire way. Has to get some shielding from the Seraphine, but Closer extremely low. DK, I feel like, it's a very early Baron take, but they would love to get more out of this. They're trying to group up in mid and try to chip away at this inner. Here comes Clear, but they're just going to abandon ship and actually go up towards the top lane once again, especially because Closer is so low.
Yeah, because of the placement of the Equalizer in the turret, you have to walk alongside that wall, so he just doesn't really have a choice but to eat the damage. We'll get a little bit healed up here by Duro, but still, that is going to be a dead turret. I mean, this Baron is stacking up to 2,500, 2,700. It's pretty huge. And the gold lead just gets bigger and bigger here for D+. And the news doesn't get better for BNK until some of these ornaments start coming through. As you can see, the game was very much D+ favored early. Some really clutch plays from BNK. Some punishes came through. It got even. And then once the dragon fight happened, it just soared ahead for D+ once again. Smolder going to be online. 453 stacks for Showmaker. The number is just getting bigger and bigger.
Yep, growing as we speak. And for any squishy that is on the side of BNK, I do not envy you guys, because especially with Mega Cones as well, I mean, there's so many ways for Showmaker to get on in. I feel like you don't want to use your Emperor's Divide defensively just to keep a Nasus away from you. Like, yeah, it might work in that way, but then you don't have your Emperor's Divide, and you're not getting the picks that this comp wants to do. And they've been trying the entire game to really just bully Kingen as much as possible, and it's worked, but you're not going to win the game by just killing the Rumble.
Yeah, and even though the Rumble is behind, he still does a ton of damage when his Equalizer is set up for success, and they have been able to do that pretty consistently. So BNK feel like out of options at this stage, and the Ashe can scale, you know, just going to get an ornament. But when you think about what the Smolder's scaling level is and how significantly ahead D+ are and how many tools they have to peel for him as well as then just win the fight without him, like, and his ultimate is great with Magnet Storm, plus Kingen's, it's just hard to see a way back into this one for BNK, and I'm racking my brain, I'm trying to see it, and I think the main way this happens is clutch plays from Closer and Clear, setting up some picks. Maybe you end up getting, big knockup from Clear. Closer follows up, punishes, grabs 2 people, you delete somebody instantly or 2 people instantly, and then you can win that fight front to back. Then Henna can get the work done. If you don't actually win the fight before it starts, essentially, I just don't know if you can ever stop this scaling D+ comp. And they're just going straight to the Chemtech Dragon.
And this is just game 1 as well, and the fact that DK pulled out so many curveballs for game 1. I mean, I say so many. I mean, it's Nasus mid. They got the Rumble as well. I feel like BNK not going to be quite as good as DK at adapting to a new patch. As Kingen trying to avoid everything. He's playing like a bullet game simulator. He's trying to avoid so many different ults, and finally gets taken down. And yeah, I mean, they're going to kill the Rumble again. They did it.
Yeah, but they lost the Dragon, and again, with both an Ivern and Seraphine, each one of these individual Chemtech Dragons is quite significant for what it's going to do for the composition. This is kind of just, this one's a little bit on Kingen, to be honest. He's way up in the lane, he's clearing a control ward. They get a teleport out of it though, a flash out of it, and multiple ultimates here, so it ends up being not too bad for the side of D+ at all, but still some gold is picked up. Definitely not necessary for Kingen to die there, but let's just say his chances of POG are, they're pretty small at this point.
Yeah, Aiming finally getting across the line. I feel like Aiming is one of those players that even on a champ like Smolder, he's not going to try to super efficiently get stacks. Like someone like Viper, he's going to hit 225 at like 20 minutes and he's going to be online. Aiming's like, no, I just want the gold. Just give me the gold. I'm the gold king. I'm just going to clear the waves as fast as I possibly can. I don't care about the stacks. I'll get them eventually. And he will, and he got it. So he's a bit behind, I guess, standard pace, but he's also extremely fed. So does it matter? Probably not.
He moved into the mid lane pretty late as well, which I think is part of why his stacks were significantly later, because he's just not hitting as many minions. He went to the top side, there were a few lane swaps, so was kind of delayed by what happened in the early to mid game there. Now we've reached late game, though. He's online. He has his rapid fire cannon, and this D+ comp almost feels like it could do no wrong, because they have map control too, so finding those picks that BNK are so famous for becomes so challenging when you can't see, and it's never safe to be anywhere. They're just going to do Baron on respawn here again, because why not? Full vision. Closer doesn't have TP, they know it. He's rushing over as fast as he can.
Yeah. We'll be able to see this at some point. It looks like DK don't want to take the risk. I feel like with Ivern and Smolder, you do have a lot of damage and safety, but also doesn't feel like they really are in any rush, right? I mean, there's just so many threats and a large amount of scaling on the side of DK as well that you can kind of just sit around and kind of just wait with your lead, as that is what they're doing. The pick, not really going to hit much. I mean, they get the flash at Elusive, they charms. Oh, that's going to be a pick, though, onto Moham. They take down him, but he's just the support. What about the rest of the team, as here comes Bomb, just going to burn everybody down. And the amount of line ultimate damage that DK have is insane.
I mean, the fight was basically over by one equalizer on your 0-4 Rumble. Hey, picks up 1,000 kills. I don't know if he's picking up a W in this one, as they're once again going to contest here. Raptor has flash.
Oh, no. Yeah, they get the root here on a closer. He's going to be able to dash away, but Showmaker is taking names, and this is what I was talking about. If you are a squishy on the side of BNK, you are just running. No attacking. Showmaker is there, you run.
You are running and cleansing and flashing. And then you are
clenching, perhaps.
Yeah, and clenching a little bit. And perhaps yelling, screaming internally. So Moham dies on this pick. And this is the kind of picks I was like, maybe they could get 2 people. They only got 1. And unfortunately, it took them a very long time to get said 1. As the zoning ultimate comes out from clear as well to prevent D+ from coming into punishing. But guess what? Rumble is still going to equalize. And Smolder is going to layer damage, not only with his Qs, but with his ultimate as well. And just in the blink of an eye, you trade 1 support for 3/4 of half of the team's health bars on B&K. End up losing the Ornn as well. And unfortunately, here Closer's trying to come over and frankly, I don't know. He has no ultimate. He's just going in, gets caught by the root, trying to get some additional information.
나서스 장인이야.
Yeah, he's jokingly saying he's Nasus one trick.
True.
You know, apparently on stream he kind of has been, as he's sitting on 4 items, 740 stacks.
Yeah. And I mean, you saw an example, even if you don't quite know the numbers, if he gets into contact with anyone, which can be a little bit difficult for Nasus, but I mean, there's a lot of different ways in the team and with his Wither for him to close the distance. And if he does, he will 2-shot.
I think Closer needs to get in contact with Riot support, man. He's having a tough time against this Nasus. He's 0 deaths, by the way. Hasn't died yet on this Azir, but I mean, it has been a very messy game, to say the least, in terms of the ways in which B&K have tried to take fights, but they've been so far behind. Who can blame them? And D+ just sieging up these inhibitor turrets now. And I mean, it's just Smolder poke. Rumble has his ultimate at the ready. Anybody gets caught, he just drops that one down.
Yeah.
The Showmaker presses Q, and the turret's health bar goes to 0.
Yeah, he can also 2-shot turrets as well, by the way. So good mention there. By the way, also the amount of MR shred that they have as well with Rumble and Abyssal Mask on the Nasus. Like, you hit a Harpoon and Nasus is next to you, you don't really have MR or tanks or health.
No.
Or anything, really. And that's going to help everybody on the side of DK. Everybody's got some AP. Now they're going to find Showmaker. That should be a big pick as he goes into ult and the redemption doesn't happen. But a 4-man ult comes in for Moham. And they still have the Smolder to hop over the wall to flap on over and get the damage done. Raptor will also burn. It's a triple kill to the Smolder, is aiming no stranger to picking up all of the kills and all of the golds. And I said it the entire game, a lot of focus on the Showmaker, you know, and all this stuff, but aiming, just farming away. 7 kills on Smolder, and DK will win this first game in flying colors, with flying colors, and in very fun fashion. It's clear not much he can do. Little Michaelis comes out from Lucid and a thumbs up just to set the tone for this best of 5.
I mean, the draft was a little bit unknown territory. It's the first time we've seen something like this in the LCK, but it worked a treat. Moham, his 5th win on the rel. So many great Magnet Storm engages. Kingen down on gold, doesn't matter. He and Smolder are going to layer the fire on B&K and win team fights before they even break out. Like, the Nasus was great in lane, was basically 2-shotting people in the opportunities he had.
The vibes in the booth, by the way.
And did it even matter? Did the Nasus pick even matter when it was just actually ultimates coming through from the Rumble? And the Smolder won most team fights with a big engage from the support. There's Moham just coming in and taking names every time. Like, look at the damage here on aiming. Look at the damage on Kingen. Showmaker was a cool pick. He had a great lane. He got that early pick. They had an amazing start in the jungle. But I feel like even if you ban the Nasus and they play this comp, you might just get owned anyways because Moham's engages were just not shut down, not stopped in any way. And Kingen just kept doing the damage despite a huge deficit in the top lane.
Feels like DK's strategy coming into this best of 5 is pretty clear. They want to deny as much pick as possible and just play a bunch of cheesy stuff with the Ivern, and it feels pretty good and very DK. That's game 1. We'll be back after the break.
궁각 좋아 지금. 야 아직은 태엽줘야 돼. 나 이거 나쁘지 않아. 야 나쁘지 않아 이거. 테라핀 높을. 야 밥도 잘 내라. 오케이. 바지를 잡았다.
나도.
야 이거 오른. 미드라인.
나쁘 되네 이거?
아 끝내자. 끝내.
아네 펜타킬.
아 마지막에 그냥 나만 죽여. 이제 펜타킬 가기였는데. 맛있다. 770스택 사고 경기 줬어. 근데 나와서 기린다.
나와서 지린다.
뭔데? 아빠 잘하자. 정훈아 괜찮아? 나 너무 슬퍼. 아이고. 대파 템파이 존나겠는데? 재훈아 잘했다. 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다.
이번엔 진짜 죽인다.
BNK 피어 X 동부의 왕으로 다시 올라갑니다.
한 단계씩 밟아 나가는 구경이 예술이었습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the playoffs space. I am Budget Dagon, otherwise known as Atlas, and I will be your host. And as you may have seen, we are joined once again by Keystone, of course, observer extraordinaire, scientist on the Pog State as well, and Orcs is there as well. Gentlemen, this was a banger of a start.
Yeah, I just want to say it's so funny when we use the observer PC and I'm like moving about and then Keystone comes in, he's like, dude, you're just zooming all over. You can see the skills.
Yeah.
Right. Definitely used to the commands on the
For sure.
Well, what did your observational skills yield you about this draft? Let's dive into this one first because we had some shakeups.
Yeah, there's a lot of spicy things coming out here. I think the Nasus, you really found it to be quite suffocating for this year, just constantly had Prio on the matchup. I also think it was pretty strong in terms of giving this mid-game strength to the composition. Either Nasus just feels so hard to deal with, too bulky to cut through, and I think we saw BNK Fearx make some mistakes, like picking up the Xin Zhao, really going to struggle into the Nasus with that Wither in those fights, and he just kind of served as a brick wall, which allows you to get to the late game, which this Smolder had. I'm a bit confused because they're willing to bring out the Seraphine, they're willing to play an Enchanter, but if you're willing to play an Enchanter on this patch, why not play Senna, who's just incredibly broken? Like, I know there's synergies with the Seraphine, with the Ashe, but Senna went all the way through draft. Like, surely you sculpt your composition around one of the most broken champions in the game right now.
Right, and you can definitely see like both teams are playing like a very similar comp. In they have both have like a sustain. They have Narcissus and Xin Zhao as for the mid game carries, and then they have a late game carry as in Azir and Smolder. But the biggest thing is I feel like DK has more AOE damage, and BNK don't have enough damage in the CC setup. Like they only have like Azir, and Xin Zhao is gonna very like Orc said, he's gonna have a hard time dealing damage against the Narcissus, Ivan, and all the extra sustain, and the AoE from Rumble is going to really just clean up with the CC from Moham.
Yeah, and the Xin Zhao started the game by not having a whole lot of fun either, because this early game, sculpted by D+ Kia, was kind of oppressive for good old Xin Zhao.
Yeah, what was really smart is we actually see King and Show level 1, so Raptor thinks, oh, top lane's there, they're not swapping. He gets forced out of his jungle here. He's like, okay, I'll go to bot side. And we see Lucid not only moves in here to prep these camps, he actually already did his own Raptors initially. So he's already got an advantage in terms of a camp there. And then the ensuing play, we see Raptor spotted on this ward here. And so Lucid makes a great adjustment, goes, well, I know exactly where the enemy jungle is. Why don't I just slide over in a little bit and steal away his blue buff?
Right, and as he goes for the blue buff, he steals the blue buff because he knows that Raptor's not hasn't done it and he's on vision, and he leaves another ward in that bush right there on the sea bush, and that can later on spot Raptor growing for the Raptor camp, and they can play around that. They can get a pick off that.
Yeah, so full information here. We see Lucid pick up those camps he's prepped earlier. He still has in his blue side jungle 3 camps that are prepped for him to take. But the team are like, okay, Raptor's heading through. He knows that those Raptors are spawning first, and the team claps on him. So not only does Raptor end up dying here because he has no flash, but he's so far behind in camps. It's such a huge deficit, and he's just never really going to recover.
Yeah, and Raptor's kind of forced into that play. He knows that he has at least time compared to Ivan, because Ivan still has a lot of camps left. So he kind of wants to go for that Raptor camp to actually equalize a little bit of the gap. But it just ends up him dying, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately, that meant that the very beginning of the game where Xin Zhao can find a lot of angles, you know, you don't necessarily have the Nasus all over the map at that point in time, and so theoretically could have done something, wasn't actually able to do anything. So great lane swap set up here by D+. And let's have a look at what it culminated into, because this team fight, beautifully orchestrated. This was relatively even game state as well, because BNK did manage to push their way back a bit.
And I think it's just such a fantastic engage here from Moham, but the team has so much follow-up. You have the Equalizer, you have the Smolder ult, the backline just can't play the game, and it means the rest of D+ can push in, they kill the Xin Zhao, and it's just clean up from there.
Yeah, you can really see here like how the drafts end up being with both teams got like really big ults. Like Ornn also got a big ult off, but they cannot follow up on the damage, while Smolder and Rumble just get their ults off and do damage from like screen away.
Yeah, and Henna couldn't do anything. There was the entire equalizer was just blocking everything off, so he couldn't even auto attack.
I think a big problem as well with the Seraphine, you want to stack up, you want to group to get those shields benefit, but that just means like Smolder Qs someone and hits everyone, or like the Moham engage hits everyone, so it kind of backfired a bit there.
It was ridiculous. But let's have a look at the POG, see who's going to be picking it up for this one. It is Moham that collects it. I was actually wondering, whether we just have some Susan voters in there because Nasus is cool, but instead, the man that orchestrated all the fights is going to pick it up.
Yeah, I think especially when you have these big AoE abilities on your team, you don't have the engage option in other roles. A lot of weight is put on the Rel to be setting up these fights. If you connect with your engage, you allow the equalizer to hit, you allow the Smolder ult to hit. So he did a fantastic job and his team really felt the benefits.
Right, and Moham was there like at every moment that DK was finding their points of a win. Like at the start of the game, he got the flash from Raptor, and then he killed Raptor at Raptor camps. And then in the team fights, he kept getting like huge ult off. Like even in the last fight, he got another massive ult off, finding all the kills.
And that was when we did see that Showmaker was kind of focused and was a bit sad about it. A couple of votes going over to Lucid for some great Ivan play in that early game, but otherwise it is all Moham all the time. We'll see whether he can pick up another one as it's time to get into game number 2 of our first match of the playoffs.
Thank you, Budget Degon and Ox and Kisun making his return to the space as, yes, we are getting ready for game number 2. I'm actually pleasantly surprised that everybody found the Moham button. Thought maybe we would get more, Media Kek W's on Showmaker votes, but none of that, actually. 10 out of 12, and absolutely was the POG.
And after the master class that Lucid had in the early game, I had already almost preemptively written him down, but some of the engages from Moham were, they were game deciding. He just was able to set up for the ults, and they layered the damage in, and it was GG. The Nasus was cool, great in lane. I don't think that you want to be wasting bans on it if you are BNK. Finally, they have blue side, right? They didn't have the higher seed going into this one. D+ will not give over first pick Rumble. But they can showcase a lot of different things here. Maybe this is where we see the Senna draft come through. They have a lot of flexibility here. Maybe this time D+ is forced to ban the Vi. Maybe the Maokai goes through for Raptor. See what ends up going down here, as they will ban the Nasus. Okay.
I think that's fair. I mean, that, especially if you're planning on playing closer on Azir more than once, and, it was picked very early on in the last draft, just got to take it away. I mean, Showmaker can definitely play other stuff into Azir, but if they're not ready for the Nasus, just take it off and take it off the board, and you don't have to deal with it. There's the Ivern ban as well.
That makes a lot of sense. I'm much more about that ban. It's just a S-tier jungle pick right now. Incredibly strong with so many different compositions. It's so difficult and frustrating to play into. Sometimes it's hard to even see it if you're a spectator watching League of Legends, because we can see everything, right? But if you toggle that vision for just one moment, you could see how difficult it was for BNK to even approach those team fights, know where Malm was going to be, and try to punish the Smolder in any way. Final ban here. Might be the Senna, Maokai, it's going to be Zyra once again. So it could just be a first pick Maokai here for Raptor. They've already banned the Nasus though, and Showmaker may just be able to steal the Azir away if you don't lock that in here. So it does feel like almost like a wasted ban if you don't lock that. So
yeah, there's also the Lilia to worry about. But I just feel like Maokai's the jungler outside of Ivern. The trees kind of ruling the just Renekton. Never mind.
This time, I wonder if D+ are just so confident they would slam down like Azir Lee Sin, like it's another timeline, it's another year. But the Azir feels very strong to pick up here, and there's a multitude of other picks you could get. I mean, Azir plus Maokai doesn't have a lot of great synergy. It might just be Maokai plus AD for Showmaker here in the mid lane. Doesn't have to show it right now. A pick like Zeri could be very flexible here. Could be Zeri mid, could be Zeri bottom.
How about Senna?
The priority just doesn't seem that high here yet, so I'm not going to...
I don't feel like Moham's really a Senna player, but I don't know. Especially with Maokai, you just have so much defensive threat between those two.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do agree with you. Does you really give away what you're going for in your comp early at this stage in the draft? Corki will be the option for Showmaker here, even with the Phosphorus Bomb nerfs on this patch. Still quite strong. You opt into the Maokai, so you need an 80 mid. You don't need it, but that is generally how it goes with damage profiles. Lilia will be locked in response here. And is it just going to be closer on Tristana? Are we taking a step back? It'll be actually the Ashe prioritized once again very heavily here by Henna.
Yeah, definitely kind of Henna's calling card when it comes to AD carries. Loves his Ashe. Arrows are generally pretty on point. He wasn't able to play the last game, so we still don't even really know where he's at in this series.
This could be an AD carry pick, or it could be GP for Kingen. I feel like would be one of the best picks they could get. They already have this Maokai set up here, and the scaling Gangplank would be very strong in this draft, and he's laned very well into Renekton's in the past, but he will not be locking that one away just yet. It will be prioritizing Moham's Rel. She is still currently undefeated on, so it looks weird for the draft prio to grab this early, but it guarantees that he will have it. So very specific Moham tech coming into this one.
Yeah, and they have a lot of threats. You mentioned the GP. There's other top lane picks you might be worried about, like Kennen or Nar, but there's also like 17 different AD carries that Aiming can play. So he's like, well, I don't really have to pick MF here. We can just wait and see what they leave available.
Yeah.
And there's that GP ban.
I mean, he could still play Zeri in this draft, I feel. It's totally viable, totally fine. A little bit trickier with the Rel into the Ashe, but can just survive the early laning phase, or maybe even lane swap and not care. As Braum will once again be taken away from the Ashe lane. See if it's going to be a Kennen or a Nar ban here onto Kingen, because one of those two gets through no matter what. You already do have this lack of AP. Sure, you have Maokai, but it's not strong AP, so Kennen feels like it fits the bill here. Plus, the synergy between his ultimate and Rel's ultimate is quite strong. Instead, they will ban the MF, which doesn't feel as strong to me, to be honest with you, Valdez. I mean, yes, MF Rel is incredibly strong as a duo, but Aiming's just like, well, I didn't want to play that anyways. I'd rather play a more hyper carry scaling pick like Ezreal or Zeri.
Yeah.
And he is looking happy to lock that one away. Or an even more scaling pick in the Smolder again.
Yeah, I mean, he got away with it big time in game one, and there was zero punish for the Smolder. This time I feel like there are definitely better angles on the side of BNK, and I don't think the early game will turn out quite the same way. There's that Zeri mid for closer into the Corki. Should have a better time into nerfed Corki, and also Alistair was left available into Rel.
Yeah, pretty strong into Rel. Not going to feel amazing at punishing a Smolder early by any means.
All right.
Well, we're just teasing now.
Oh, come on.
I mean, top Smolder has been quite strong. Kingen's our resident top Smolder player. But is this going to be the Cassante to come through here instead? A bit of a different option than I expected, to be honest with you, Valdez. Very strong. Great front line for an extremely scaling composition with this Smolder. But I thought maybe they were just going to index into more aggression, more power, more lockdown onto this Zeri. Because the one thing that I find to be very difficult for D+'s composition to do is to stop Closer from carrying team fights consistently with this draft. They don't have a Nautilus. They have a Maokai, but getting the Maokai ult to actually connect with the Zeri when you have this Renekton that's going to be able to stand in front, when you have this Cow that's going to be able to ult and stand in front, it will be difficult to lock Closer down. Then front-to-backs can be possible, but you need to be winning those fights before the Smolder just presses Q and wins the team fight. I feel like this draft here for BNK is very strong, but very tricky to execute, and you really do need to snowball the game early. And with Zeri, you could definitely do that. You could definitely get your certified moment. I might be doing it right here in the second game. But if the Zeri is just naturally scaling by farming, doesn't get any kills, I feel like she cannot come online fast enough to actually carry these team fights.
So, give me a ride, Showmaker bus, is what that says. I've seen a lot of photoshops of Showmaker, and that is one of the better ones I've seen. The Showmaker bus, he didn't get any POG votes, but he certainly has an eclectic champion pool, this time just going for the Corki. But yeah, a lot of threats on the side of BNK. Feels like a little bit more even of a draft coming into game number 2. as D Plus had to play on the red side. We'll see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift for game 2.
서현사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Game number 2 starts now in our first match of the LCK Summer 2024 playoffs. And already DK have had their fun. They've picked some weird stuff in game 1 with the Nasus mid coming in big on this patch. A lot of people playing it in solo queue. We didn't expect to see it in game 1, and there it was. Maybe we should have expected it because it's D plus Kia and it's Showmaker.
And this is a very aiming pick, the Smolder. You know, he's been playing a lot of other picks because Smolder hasn't really been very meta relevant recently. But it is a very, I get all the gold, I sit back, I scale, I carry later. I'll take care of you, team. Don't worry about it. And we've
As an escape.
Yeah,
right.
And we've seen D Plus have very long games in the LCK, very long series as well. A lot of their series going the full distance. But with longer games, obviously come more powerful scaling options. And do have Henna putting the pressure on here very aggressively against Lucid at level 1. Won't really amount to anything but a ward. I just feel like this draft feels very D+, you know? And not in the fun part, but just in the aiming part. And you have a lot of facilitators. Now, Closer's only played this Zeri mid once. A bit of a late...
I'm not sure how Henna missed a volley from that range.
On a Cassante.
Very confusing, but it's not going to matter all too much. Lucid does just get to farm his jungle on Vision.
Will be fine to continue farming. Is it not going to be interrupted or pressured by Henna anymore with this lane swap? But yeah, I mean, this draft does scream protect aiming. And on the side of B&K, it screams we got to get a tempo advantage. As Raptor is going to come over here.
Yeah. Lucid had a defensive ward, so he knows that Raptor does come in. There's a Hawk shot as well, which may not have seen Lucid, but it doesn't quite matter just because there's so much pressure here. Flash away from King, and actually very smart. I think if he gets hit there, he could be in some trouble with 4 people from B&K on the bottom side of the map.
Just trying to get what experience he can. Farming is kind of out of the question at this point for top laners. Poor old Cassante just trying to get anything he can. Is going to come over now to the top side of the map as Mohammed aiming are pushing these lanes freely. Notice that the CS is significantly in aiming's favor as Henna will kind of catch some of that gap here with this wave beyond the turret. Obviously the Ashe will have, with the protection of lane swaps, a little bit more gold picked up here. But Smolder, aiming cares about gold, but Smolder cares less about gold right now. He's really caring about stacks. We'll have enough gold to be relevant as King swaps back to the top lane, as I was mentioning before. And aiming can head back down. We'll lose a little bit of farm, but still ahead. And D+, once again, piloting this early game very well. Lucid will be able to come over here and cross map and help make sure King gets back to lane safely. They're just one step ahead, basically, of B&K in every way right now. Even though we did see Raptor look for that aggressive play bottom side, the Vision protected him, like you were alluding to, and it's going to be a nice start here. But I want to talk about Closer on Zeri because it's not a pick that he has a lot of agency on, and I feel like Faker, Closer is a player who has his best games when he can be in control and he can be the one who starts team fights, set up picks for his team, and we saw it in the last game of his year. You know, 0 deaths, he's having an incredible impact. When they're winning anything, it's basically because he set up the Emperor's Divide, he's playing very aggressively. Zeri can win skirmishes, but you're not going to be setting them up. You actually have to position well, you have to maximize damage, and has not been what Closer is known for. So it's a good pick here in this draft. It gives them a lot of scaling, gives them a lot of opportunities to front to back, especially into, you know, the tanky front line that D+ has. But if he gets caught or goes too aggressively, trying to look for an aggressive slide in, like we've seen a few of our AD carries and mid laners do. I'm not going to name any names.
Aiming.
Deft. I said I wasn't going to name names, Valdez.
I started. It's my fault. I mean, he's right there. Like, how can I not say his name?
But, you know, I'm curious to see if Closer can get it done. Because I think he needs to be really, really on walking a tightrope in this game of trying to get those early team fight wins, trying to steal some kills away early and getting accelerated. Otherwise, the Smolder is one of the champs that does outscale Zeri. And you don't have great ways to lock the Zeri down, but it doesn't necessarily matter if Smolder could just hit a few Qs and the fight is over.
I think at least, you know, for the set of B&K, outside of Closer being a big setup man, they do have you know, Clear and Duro on playmakers. I mean, Renekton can be a playmaker with some of his flanks and stuff like that. Clear has been very good at that, so they've got that in the bag, and then hopefully, you know, Closer, as you mentioned, can do the carry job on the Zeri, because he's really going to need to. I also have my eyes on Raptor. The Lilia has been really soaring in priority recently. I feel like especially into tank junglers, you can get some pretty insane value just because of your kit, but also because you can kind of just run around and have more threat than just a tank jungler will. As speaking of which, threatening a play on the bottom side, but Moham just going to hop away.
It won't be punished, and no summoners to be expended there in the bottom lane. So much quieter game outside of the lane swap here than we saw in our previous game, where it was a lot of action, a lot of camps being stolen. Lucid's early pathing was shown there just a moment ago by production, how much time he spent in Raptor's jungle, how well he recovered from, you know, obviously having no lane presence bottom side, Raptor coming over there, taking the Gromp away and stuff like that. Still was able to counter jungle incredibly well, maintains a CS parity with Raptor at the moment. This lane is going pretty well for Clear. Well, there's a significant advantage here in this top side.
Yeah. I mean, Kingan's job at the end of the day is to just absorb pressure and then eventually just be a frontline for Smolder. And for Corki, we've definitely seen this before, but this lane is not going to be a fun time by any means. So, especially because he still doesn't have his flashback, which he had to use early on in the lane swap down in the bottom lane. Now, Lucid is going to, with the help of Moham, take down the first Drake, but 3 Grubs did go over to BNK.
Yeah, which is quite significant, especially when you have this Renekton in the side right now that is going to be doing some additional damage to turrets. Did already grab that first plate, if I'm not mistaken, so potentially looking to grab a second one here. Kingan is backing, so with Grub stacking up for this Renekton, might be able to accelerate him, because he is also one of those threats for this Smolder. Another Demolish proc. Clear is definitely getting value. Yeah. Even will proxy this wave here. So this is what you want to see from a first pick Renekton. This level of dominance, even with a lane swap, continue to put the pressure on. And like you said, Kazante will be okay with low eco, but let's see what Clear can get done with his advantage.
Yeah, for now it looks like they're just going to respect the dominance and the dominus. They're not going to try to 2v1 the Renekton behind the turret. As Lucid says, I have more important things to do, like farming my jungle. And probably a good idea, because I think they don't have much kill threat onto a Renekton unless Clear's tanking a turret or something like that. So that's just going to happen, and there's really not much that King can do about it. And the jungler's getting ahead on the side of BNK as well, so you really begin to see a bit of a gold balloon, a bit of a gold lead ballooning here for the side of BNK, about 1,200 ahead, even with no kills just yet, as here's the arrow, aiming just going to cleanse that. As Duro continuing, Moham also going to just hop away. And the kite does come out, but at the end of the day, DK do not want to fight by any means.
Yeah, Duro's not going to commit his flash to look for the knockback there onto Moham. Just too risky to play that one out. And if Moham perfectly flashes it, you trade flashes. Sometimes can be a boon for the Alistar, but not really in this matchup. As Clear is pushed into turret. And that's all that's going to come out of that. But the gold lead here, you know, like you're saying, it's starting to balloon a little bit, but it's mostly just based on that lane swap protection top side, where Aiming wasn't able to pick up plates there with the swap. 2 plates went down bottom side. 3 plates went over here to this Renekton. They have a significant lead here. Closer isn't crushing the matchup by any means. We have seen other Zeri players absolutely smash Corki in lane. He doesn't really have a CS advantage. It's just quietly scaling. So that's the one lane where we're not seeing like, okay, this is a huge lead. But BNK using some of that prio now, set up some deep vision. Raptor's going to perhaps spot Lucid out here. That ward is about to expire. And they're playing through this top side really well, using the Ashe pressure extremely well as well. Down there in the bottom side, grabbing that cleanse, just keeping Moham and Aiming honest. As mentioned, Raptor will now see Lucid.
I feel like this game is just playing out the way you would expect it. I think that BNK could be a little bit more proactive, right? Still no kills here at 10 minutes, as now we're going to have a missed ult over the wall. The Maokai ult's also coming over the wall, and now just a 1v1 between these two, and Clear has to flash the knock-up, and the all-out coming in from the side of King, and he picks up first blood. As now Closer coming in with his own ultimate. No flash here for Kingan, so not the easiest spot for him. And should eventually be taken down. He's trying to trade here on a Closer. It's going to take quite a while to eventually take him down. And there they finally get him in the alcove as it is traded back.
Yeah, Kingan's got a goofy look on his face. I feel like all things considered, with how many resources they had to use, Showmaker didn't have Prio. Kingen played that incredibly well. Did not get the all-out over the wall, but was able to still use it there to guarantee the kill onto Clear. Was kind of on a knife's edge there. Was able to make the play work. Very, very clutch. Otherwise, if he just dies there and they don't trade anything back, then it's kind of a disaster, right? As Clear goes ahead and expends his Q early, the empowered Q there. Kingen pulls him back, but opts not to go through the wall. And as Lucid's coming up, Clear is in trouble, has to flash away. Kingen flashes for the kill here. And Lucid is able to get away, but Kingen will not. The kill actually going over to Raptor here as well, and not Closer. Lilia will still use the gold pretty well. But I think if you had to choose, would have probably given it over to the Zeri. A lot of this play is possible here for B&K because the Zeri has that Prio mid, because the Renekton has so much Prio top side. So they're using their Prio in solo lanes incredibly well early. Will now also turn this into a 6 scrub setup here for said Renekton. So very strong start here for B&K.
Yeah. And I feel like this is kind of what you would expect with the Renekton and Lilia, the prio on that in the draft. You've got Ashe to help out, as you mentioned, and you want to be proactive. You want to make plays. Kind of funnily enough as well, Raptor on the Lilia, just as I mentioned before, against the tank, just gets to kind of free farm and is now ahead of her top laner, which makes sense with the lane swap and stuff. But B&K really trying to put on the pressure here. They want to get ahead farther on DK, and they don't want to let Aiming and Showmaker just free farm here. So trying to get some other big wins on the map, and they should be able to take down this first blood turret in the top lane as well. It's going to be some gold given over to Aiming.
The Gold King!
Yeah.
Securing the gold, but will not unfortunately be able to alter reality here with that first brick going their way. A lot of plates still down on that bottom side turret. Kingen is farming them in return.
Nice little dodge. I'm not sure if they, Closer alone could have been able to really capitalize on that, but
yeah, I don't think so.
It's still going to be a nice dodge.
And they do get the Dragon, D+, so it is going to be a 2 Drake lead for them. We'll see what the Soul ends up being, because that will be very, very important. Could be Infernal or Hextech with the Smolder.
Or Chemtech.
Probably not. Right?
Lucid?
Yeah, it's Hextech. So this 2 Drake lead for D+, is very significant, because if you have the Corky Rockets, the Smolder Poke, slowing people down in team fights, it just gets way easier to play out. Saplings, right? And the Zeri getting slowed means she's easier to lock down, so does feel really nice here that D+ were able to prioritize that, because otherwise it's like, okay, well, the Grubs are going over. That's made an impact in this game already, as we do have an all-out.
Yeah, all-out in the bottom lane. Here comes Lucid as well, just for insurance, I guess. I feel like Kingen might have also just been able to take him down. Here comes that TP a bit late from the Zeri, but now going in is Lucid. He's going to be able to pick up the kill, and Closer can't do much, but Kingen once again kind of in a really unfortunate spot, as he will go down eventually. Big rotation over from the side of B&K to trade it back.
Yeah, no one's given Closer the kills here, but at least this time it's an AD carry that picks it up. Second time around here onto Kingen. Lucid does get out, but it's a trade of kills. And this is D+. You know, feeling, I think, pretty happy with how this is going, because the Zeri isn't getting super online with 2 assists. And you're looking at, okay, we're managing some of this pressure incredibly well because we scale better. Again, in theory, 79 stacks currently on Aiming, not the world's greatest pace, but it is still, once he hits like up to 125, is going to start stacking a lot faster, and then will end up being a big threat. But Closer does grab a bunch of gold down here of plates. As now plates expire, we'll also get a turret. So he is online fairly soon. We'll have that first item coming up in just a moment. You can see all the plate gold they've been able to pick up. 5 in the top side with that Renekton, plus first brick, and then bottom side 4 plates, and then the turret. So lots of money in the hands of B&K. They haven't been able to get that tempo advantage through team fighting per se, but by taking out the objectives on the map, starting to be quite strong, as even with the Blade of the Ruin King nerf, will still be first item here for Closer. I was going to mention it earlier, but now I guess we can talk about it.
Yeah.
I don't think the nerf was too significant.
It was a nerf, and I mean, Zeri was building it a lot before it got nerfed. I suppose she's just going to continue building it. At least that's the build that Closer's going to go for. And, I mean, at the end of the day, he's still going to be scaling up, and he's really going to be the big carry for the side of B&K in this later game. As Flap does come out, Aiming does not have to cleanse, but a lot of damage done to him because he wanted to hold on to that. And the pressure in all these lanes, especially with the Rift Herald, also picked up here from the side of BNK. Gonna look to try to get a big chunk out of this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the Alistar in this one, crash it through, and Duro should be able to get out. Very difficult to punish this with the Rel in this situation with an aiming, sitting on components.
Did you see that Moham didn't kill the Rift Herald because he wanted to give the 25 gold to aiming?
Of course I did. Of course I've seen aiming.
Could have like just killed it right away, saved a little time. He's like, nah, aiming needs the gold.
He does want the gold. I don't know if it matters that much in this case, but you know, I love to see these little things. You know,
he's the gold king, and Showmaker might be the king of dying at this point. Doesn't know about the Renekton, has to flash, and he won't be the king of dying, but he does flash away.
Flash king.
Yeah.
Mid king becomes flash king. Well, that ends up being a pretty significant get here for BNK, as this is kind of where D+, their MO right now is like, okay, we saved mid turret. Maybe we can get a turret bottom side if we push deep enough. Showmaker is thwarted, though. Forced to flash. The bottom turret's still up. So BNK just playing the map incredibly well. There's a lot of standing gold on the map for D+ to get if they get control of the map at any point. So a big team fight win for them, for example, will really allow them to catch up in gold very, very quickly because of that. But right now, it's pretty impressive the way that BNK are playing, and they're going to group over now towards this dragon. You have to imagine 50 seconds or so until that spawns. Showmaker's teleport's coming back online, but he's already here on the bottom side of the map. And this is maybe where that big fight needs to happen for D+ to come back. BNK obviously would love to get some additional kills here, grab a kill or two for Closer finally, get him on his second item.
Yeah, I feel like as DK, you really don't want to give over free Drakes, but they also do have a little bit of a leash with those early 2 Drakes to say, okay, if the team fight isn't looking great, if we don't have good setup, we can give you 1, maybe 2, because eventually, you know, they'll get their Smolder online, the Corki will hit his 2-item spike, and you're going to be feeling much better about taking the team fights. I feel like this is one of those games that's very slow. We're just scaling on both sides, and it's really just going to come down to 5v5s. And for DK, I don't necessarily want to take 5v5s yet, so yeah, it might just be up to them to say, okay, if we have a good setup, we can fight. Otherwise, they just give them a couple of drinks.
I think it's non-negotiable for BNK, though. They have to, not only do they want this dragon, but they want the fight with it. As here comes the arrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to hit the tank jungler, but they are getting a bit of damage into Lucid. They have certainly not zoned him away from the Drake, though.
Yeah. Going to be starting this one up now. And Kingan's coming down, didn't have to teleport. D+ still want to play around with this.
I mean, if they're going to give Lucid free entry out of this, he has his ult, and Duro's just going in, trying to zone by himself. Lucid still in the Drake, he smites it down, and they get the kill on a Raptor. Big knockup, though, and now the Zeri's going to go mad. It's clear. Is also in the backline. A lot of empty targets here for BNK to try to go for. Meanwhile, Kingan trying to go 1v3, will get a kill, maybe a second one as the knockup comes in, and he will be denied a second one. As BNK will win the fight at the end of it all, but the Drake did go to DK.
Yeah, so they have Soul Point, but I mean, a ton of money now in Closer's hands, finally able to secure those kills. I mean, Henna was practically AFK at the start of the fight. Not entirely sure why he backed off so deep here into the jungle. It isn't actually here at the start of the fight, but that might have been a boon for him, as when this fight does break out, it's Duro really who does the heavy lifting. Lucid gets taken out after he secures the dragon. 2 kills go over to Closer early, and then Henna's like, oh man, this Cassante character is really annoying. There was a reason why I didn't show up for this fight. He does end up going down here. Kingan does his best to at least get something back for D+. But, I mean, a lot of money where it needs to be now, I feel, finally for BNK. Bit of a sloppy start to that fight with Henna just not being there, but a great turnaround. Duro doesn't hit that knockup the way he did. Maybe they just get completely snowballed against, and D+ win the dragon and end up getting that gold lead back in their hands. But instead, it is a great play from the Alistar.
So, why does Aiming have 133 stacks at 1930 in the game? This is one of the slowest stacking we have seen in quite a while.
Yeah, he has, again, just like last game, like with the lane swap and not going into mid very quickly, he hasn't been able to just sit there and stack them super hard. And also, because of the lane swap, you also lose, okay, Raptor.
Yeah, Raptor's in a really awkward spot, pulled under the turret. Now, he's not alone, and so he just presses ult and leaves. And that's all that happens. Nothing else happens. The Lucid thinking about going for some kind of engage. They were pretty deep in the jungle, but again, for DK, sitting back, scaling, they got another Drake. They don't want to fight unless it's perfect.
And without Raptor's ult, it's kind of awkward here for BNK to try to make a proactive play on Baron this early into the game. Sitting on a 2-item Ashe, 2-item Zeri, but it's Runins. You know, you're not able to rush a Baron really, unfortunately, for BNK. I think if you looked for a turn if you had Lilia ult, maybe that could be the angle. D+ obviously can't start a Baron either, so we are going to slow down after some aggressive warding there from BNK. But back to the aiming discussion, you know, when you lane swap too, you interact with the enemy champions less because you're just hitting a turret, so you're stacking less in the lane. And so I think that's part of why he's behind. But even when you add all these things up, he's a little bit suspect that he is so late, because we're normally looking at, like, at best, you know, the fastest is like 19 minutes. 22 is where you're like, okay, should have it by now.
Yeah, we've seen some from, like, in the old days when Smolder was very meta before he was nerfed. We used to see, like, some of our east side teams, or like southeast side teams, could sometimes hit it at like 25 to 27 minutes from behind. And they're like really trying to claw back into the game, but this game doesn't really feel like one of those, you know? This is aiming. He's had mostly free farm in the top lane. And yeah, like you mentioned, you know, he's not getting a lot of stacks from hitting enemy champions, but either way, I mean, he's going to hit it eventually. He's at 152, which is, again, not very fast. But they got the Drake, and they're just kind of waiting around.
Yeah, I mean, they have the opportunity to just say no to every Drake fight now, and that's why BNK kind of have to continue to pressure this idea of Baron, because D+ could just walk away from every Dragon fight and side lane a little bit and just let Smolder sit there and farm the stacks. And so your best angle is to try to force a Baron fight that D+ aren't ready for, because they haven't gotten that break point for the stacks just yet. D+ have been doing a really good job, though, of hovering around that Baron, setting up good vision on the Baron, making sure there's no way BNK can actually steal that out from under them or trick them. They also understand the composition isn't going to be great at rushing Baron at this point in time. So they've done their due diligence, and this Soul is kind of like checkmate, basically, for D+. I mean, it's not going to win them the game outright, but it just gives them so much power. There's absolutely no way BNK can give this up. But yet, D+ don't want to fight either. So yeah, they're basically like just constantly checking Baron and making sure BNK can't say, oh, okay, like we're going to get Baron, then get Prio, then get the Dragon.
So Kingen is just about to face check. Now, it's not Rumble this time, so maybe he's okay. And you know what? They really respect it. There's not a lot of vision in the river right now for the side of BNK, and so they're just going to let him go. Closer, meanwhile, free farm in the top lane. Nobody's up there for the side of DK.
He does have teleport, so there's really no risk inherently to just shoving these waves into this inner.
Yeah. On the side of DK, by the way, they do have a couple of 2-item spikes on both of their AD carries, so while they don't have their Smolder quite online just yet, they're still pretty strong.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have a big Magnet Storm, that sometimes might just be enough to turn the tide of this fight with the Mom ultimate. Still relevant, even without those stacks, but it is very difficult to win this fight without an isolated target getting blown up first. And they just don't have the same setup with Equalizer in this draft that they did in Game 1. So playing it very slow, very patient here as Kingen goes into the mid lane to clear the wave. But BNK not being decisive, and this composition is a little bit awkward without an arrow connecting.
They just want to try to gank clear. Aiming is frontlining against Renekton, and the rest of BNK, they're not doing the Dragon, they're just running down to try to save him. And I don't think that's going to work. An arrow's going to come in, it hits the Maokai, and now you don't have your Renekton. Bit of damage does come in now, but now the pick onto Closer, he is so dead! 100-0, down he goes! Immense pick comes out from Kingen. And now just the rest of them are just trying to run away. Lucid is probably going to give his life for this, and a lot of damage coming out from Penna, actually. But eventually, it's not clean, but it's still an ace from the side of DK, and it's 7k damage from Showmaker.
Yeah, that could just be the Soul going over. They don't have a jungler, but I mean, there's no one to contest, and with that final kill going over, everyone dead. I mean, that should just be enough, even with the low health bars. Dragon doesn't do that much damage. And look at the minimap. Like you were saying, Clear is just greeting down here, trying to set up for a long con flank and then control the bottom side Prio. The rest of the team was just kind of standing around, hoping that D+ were going to pull the trigger first and walk into their Zeri comp. And they watch Kingen. He's like, oh, you're going into me? Cool story, bro. And just pulls him completely into the middle of the team fight. And what did I say about Closer Zeri? Will we see him overextend? Will we see him slide in? This is less of a mistake from him and more of a capitalization from Kingen, but you have to be aware that Cassante can get on top of you if you go in like that, and he is punished so hard for it. I feel like 2 games back-to-back, Kingen has had a rough laning phase, tough time in the early game, low agency, he's given up plates, but his plays, despite the deficit, have been massive once again here in this game.
He's just a clutch master. That's what he does, and he's clutching it out again. Now Showmaker trying to go 1v1, but it's not 1v1. There's a croc, but Showmaker gonna get the kill anyway. It's actually Lucid Sapling that gets the kill. Meanwhile, this fight on the bottom side is totally messy. Henna's not even in it. As yes, Showmaker will bite the dust. There is an arrow to hit aiming, and he's just barely out of turret range. Double kill goes over to Clear. This one is absolutely a mess, but they might still be able to take down Clear another turret. Henna still not here. He's just in mid lane. And will they get Clear? I guess not, but it's still going to be a 1-team fight to DK.
Now they end up winning the fight. Losing their jungler and their mid laner, though, means that there's nothing they could do as a result of said win. They get a turret. That's going to keep them closer here in gold. The Hextech Soul is just so oppressive, though. I mean, when you think about how you look at the gold, you're like, oh, is it winnable for BNK? And then you start to see how oppressive some of these chase downs can be, and how Smolder is, even without stacks, like putting a decent amount of damage into these champions. Imagine what it's going to be like when he actually has it, and then when he Qs, everybody gets slowed, and then he starts burning them down. Then he Qs again, and then again. And yeah, this fight wasn't clean. Showmaker was cut off, but was able to at least take Closer out of the fight. Otherwise, this could have been a disaster for D+, which could have led to BNK getting the Baron. So kind of clutches it out there, and then they end up grabbing the top turret. Meanwhile, over here...
Yeah, trying to kill an Alistar, not the easiest target. He is going to go unbreakable as Closer is here as well. Kingen is not unkillable, so he does have to back away. But a nice Scuttle Crab pick up there. Going to clear out all the vision around the Baron. And they do have an insane amount of Baron damage as well.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're definitely in the we can rush Baron down territory as Lucid ults.
Yep, just going to zone them away. And with the Hextech Soul, I mean, Henna just doesn't get to play the game. He's getting poked down from screens away. Imagine trying to play Ashe into this. It's just not fair.
It is not fair. Aiming still hasn't hit his breakpoint, by the way, which is kind of insane as well. I don't know what he's sitting on.
Yeah, well,
Closer,
you're really trying to kill Moham here, and they might be able to. It looks very close. But eventually, he does go down. Kingen trying to frontline now, a little sleep on the Lucid. They want to get some kind of value out of this, but Kingen's still standing guard, and they're looking to turn this one around, RDK. As now another engage goes in on a Kingen, but Duro's just dead, and now the bouncing damage from the side of Aiming. They get the all-out here on a Clear as finally 225 is hit, and Aiming is just running them down alongside of Showmaker, who is full health, and it's going to be another messy fight win to the side of DK.
You just can't, if you go in like that, you can't get out against Hextech Soul. They will slow you down and take you out, and as that breakpoint is hit, he hits 225. They execute damage, the threshold appears on the health bars, and that is just the sign for BNK that we have lost the fight, and they are likely about to lose the gold lead that they've had for this entire game. DK uncontested on this Baron. There's no vision here. There's nothing that a sad Lilia could do to come over here and look to steal, and that's just going to be the Baron going over. That will be the gold lead as well. As yes, Moham is caught here, and I was very worried when Closer goes over, but consider it's just a Corki and a Smolder, so there's not anyone who can lock down this area in this case, except Moham, who's already used his tools. And going in here is Duro with the Sleep Cup. I get the idea because you're like, okay, we can set something up here. Maybe this is the moment where Closer actually gets all the work done. We wipe them, we get the Baron, we're back in this game. But as you can see, when he goes in and he gets slowed, and the Hextech slows continue to stack up, there is just no way out. You cannot go, oh, well, actually, never mind, I don't think I want to continue to fight with you, because you're locked into that fight by Hextech Soul.
Duro does have his ult available. Lucid, though, so tanky, and a big ult over the top, but Clear's got a nice angle. Is it going to be enough? The damage, though, from the side of Smolder is just insane. Another lockdown comes in from Lucid as Henna is backlining, and he's dead. Well, that was confusing. Fear X are just going to run away as now Closer just trying to get out of this one, but he's going to be all outed as in goes the Cassante. It's a triple kill for Aiming, and they're looking for a bit more. That was an insane amount of damage from the Lilia, but it just doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, and it looks like this might just be the beginning of the end two very, I mean, honestly, very easy team fights here for D+. I mean, the last one looked a little bit shaky at the beginning, but this Hextech Soul is paying off in dividends. And I mean, yeah, he took a long time to get his stacks, but aiming, he's got 8 kills now. He is stacked, and they're going to end the game.
Well, they're definitely trying to do so. Duro, I think, by himself, not really able to do much. He's slowed up again. He goes in. It's desperation, just trying to buy some time, and he will be able to do that, but the turrets and the wave are still alive. They'll take down both the Nexus turrets, and there's not much that BNK can do. Clear goes in. He dies, and Hannah and Raptor are just zoned away. All the slows, all the ticking damage, and Hannah just barely going to avoid that death. DK playing with their food because, well, they can. As in goes Raptor, and down goes Raptor, as does Closer. That's going to be the end of game 2, as D+ Kia took them a while, but once they hit their spike, they won the game.
Yeah, it was definitely a great start for BNK. I mean, a much closer game than our last one because they actually kept things really competitive early. Were utilizing their solo lane prio extremely well, got all those plates, had a decent gold advantage, were able to get some kills onto Closer on that Dragon fight. But ultimately, the soul goes over to D+, and then from that point on, everything just gets so tough, especially with how well D+ played around that Baron. They made sure there was no way that that Baron could be taken before they were ready to fight. They made that clutch play happen where they collapsed onto Clear, killed him. That was a huge win. They also had Kingan's clutch play during that one fight where they're trying to chase him down. Zeri going in, Closer ults, and then Kingan flashes and picks him off. There's some really clutch fights for D+, and then they're immediately just in the driver's seat for the rest of the way. I mean, you could see very clearly around 24 minutes when they started to get a little bit more control. Then, bam, they win those critical fights, get the Baron, and then there's a huge spike in the gold, and D+ just run it down to the Nexus and blow it up.
Hextech Soul and Corky and Smolder, 30 minutes into the game with a Maokai, you're probably going to win. And that's not to take anything away from King and Moham, who also had fantastic games and setups there. So that's game number 2, D+ Kia in the lead and on match point in this first series of playoffs. We're going to take a break and bring back game number 3 afterwards.
박아줘.
네, 시계 있어, 시계.
자, 한탄 한 번 더 해도 돼.
아, 우리 피 없는데.
괜찮아. 더 해도 돼.
알리. 한타 한번 더 하자, 천천히.
나 스몰 도니까 천천히. 네, 플래시 다 없어.
야, 총알은 H총. 아, 넥서스 치자.
아, 들어가야 돼.
H.
나 박아.
네. 죽이자.
죽여.
나 테리 풀 떠볼게.
나 공 있는데 봐줄래?
나 잠깐만.
오케이. 나이스.
Wrath must be met with wrath. You will have justice.
Jinx!
My sister is gone.
응원과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다.
이번엔 진짜 죽인다.
BNK 피어 X 동부의 왕으로 다시 올라갑니다. 한 단계씩 밟아 나가는 구경이 예술이었습니다.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I am once again Atlas, joined by Orcs and Kisun here to break down game number 2. Gentlemen, it went relatively similar to game number 1, this time with a little bit more of a focus on some dragon stacking here from D+, for multiple reasons. Let's dive into the draft. Kisun, can you take me through what your thoughts were?
Right, in this draft, like the Renekton first pick here, we could see that they wanted to play an AP jungle this game. They realized, like last game, they tried Xin Zhao, they realized they don't have enough AoE damage, they don't have enough follow-up, so they want an AP carry jungle here. So they take the Renekton to secure that AP jungle, making it really strong, and then pick Zeri, which Closer is really comfortable on recently. Like you can see him playing it in solo queue as well against the Corki. And they build up a really, really tight like topside comp. and they have the Ashe to just have more CC for that, more follow-up, more team fighting skills with the Alistar. And that's just a really solid comp, but the problem is that they're giving up Maokai, right?
Yeah, and I think Maokai has kind of been the pick we've seen often. You know, we had BNK Fearx have that resurgence, and Maokai was like the answer. You know, if you're going to play heavy dive compositions, Maokai really shuts that down. They weren't playing a really heavy dive composition, but certainly playing like Renekton into Maokai is such a problem. The ult has so much team fighting power, and D+ once again went for this Smolder. And when you have Smolder Maokai, you know the game's on a timer, right? The K'Sante is there to disrupt the Renekton and sort of neutralize that lane. But we still saw a positive early game from BNK Fearx. It still looked winnable up to a point, but things quickly fell out of control.
Yeah, and the fact that we saw so many traded kills between K'Sante and Renekton. But let's dive into our first highlight here as this arrow starts it off. And this was one that you had a bit of an issue with, Kisan.
Right, and like it's just such a random arrow, and it also pushes Henna into a really bad spot away from his team, where they really want to contest the third Drake, but he's nowhere near the team and he cannot play this fight out.
And you see this TP coming in, so Henna's late, Clear's late. Why is BNK Fearx still hitting the dragon? They keep lowering the health of the dragon here when two of their members are nowhere near. It comes down to, you know, we try and get Raptor going in to sort of mitigate the play. Lucid's been super sharp on the smites, he secures the dragon. This is the third on a Hextech Soul, it's huge. And this fight is still won by BNK Fearx. We see Closer coming to clear up. But I think there should have been a clean stomp, and BNK Fearx should have got the dragon based on the state of the game. So the fact that we saw D+ get the dragon here and get a couple of kills, not as clean as it should have been, even though the eventual fight went in favor of BNK Fearx.
Right, and you can definitely see like BNK are really good at the fight itself, just not the setup. Like you can see Closer pushing Moham away so he can't get any good engages off, and then flashing in to do damage, and then cleaning up the fight, as well as killing Moham.
Yeah.
So they definitely have like good team fighting skills, just really bad like positioning around the start.
Yeah, it's sort of like the setup escapes BNK in a lot of these instances, and that happens once again here in our final fight. Remember, this is a precursor to a Hextech Soul, which is so incredibly busted.
Yeah, and D+ was still down in gold here. Aiming didn't do a great job of stacking this game. He was down in stacks compared to the normal timers. But we see Clear, he was trying to go on a flank, he tries to deal with the bot wave, he just gets collapsed on. And there's nothing really the rest of BNK Fearx can do to save him. They're like, look, if we lose him, it's one dragon to soul, the game is just over, so they're like, we have to try.
And he even used his his slice and dice, while clearing the wave, which he just has no escape. And the Ashe arrow was wasted.
Oh, King
too. You're right, and then the Kingen super play from just completely shutting down Zeri.
Yeah.
And removing all chances for BNK.
Yeah, and the thing with a Hextech Soul in particular, it's very funny seeing Eamon drop down there, but the thing with the Hextech Soul in particular is it's so strong, especially into a composition like the one that BNK Fearx has, where you have like an Ashe who's a mobile, you have champions like Lily and Renekton who need to close a distance on the Smolder. Once that's secured, it's almost impossible to win the game from there. It's so suffocating. So you could see that BNK Fearx were a little bit desperate when they'd already given over 3 dragons, and one mistake is all you need. You give over that 4th, and even with the gold deficit still being there, you're just playing at really unfair odds.
Yeah, it just didn't quite work out. I want to shout out Showmaker as well in this game. 7,000 damage, I think, in that last highlight that we saw. So really popping off, able to pick up where Aiming maybe left off by not picking up quite as many stacks. But let's have a look at Kingin's POG. I mean, the POG for game number 2. Here it is. Kingin picks it up. 3, 4, and 13. I think he was like 2, 3, and 1 for a lot of the game. But the fact that he went so even with this Renekton and was so powerful in the team fights, man.
Right, like the laning itself against Renekton is very like skill-based, like it is Renekton favored, but like if the K'Sante gets one good W off, he can get like really good solo kill angles, and even in the team fights you can see him making off really good picks, being a very, very strong front line and doing a lot of damage.
Yep, obviously got that big pick onto Closer as well. We saw that in the earlier fight clips. And I just think if you're playing the Renekton, you really want to get that advantage in lane. Anytime you're set back, the K'Sante really appreciates that. And Kingen just constantly found ways to challenge Clear. And that was the first pick for Renekton that he really managed to neutralize.
Yeah, just didn't quite work out. We can see there as well that Chronicler is a member of Media, with the one Round1 going over to Lucid. Absolutely fantastic to see that he is still here in...
That's what he's doing today.
I know, that's what he's doing today. So he might not be on the broadcast, but he's still here in spirit, and it's time for us to throw it back over to the casters to get into what could be the final game of the series. Let's hope it's not.
Thank you, Atloxon, for that awesome space breakdown as we're getting ready for game number 3. And yes, CEO Huang able to pick up the POG here. We had one boom boom damage vote, and of course Chronicler going for Lucid as he always does. Very nicely done, right, Media? We're getting ready for this third game, Wolf. Is there hope for BNK to come back?
Right now, I'm going to have to say no. I mean, not until they show us a more solid draft, a more robust gameplay, because the early laning phases and the early games, you know, yes, they got kind of destroyed in the jungle, but they had some decisive fights and picks in Game 1. Game 2, had those leads in solo lanes, were able to use that to grab some plates, grab grubs, get a lot of pressure, but couldn't nail the setup on team fights. Henna seems super disconnected from the rest of his team, and it's not working like a well-oiled machine. I need to see that killer instinct from BNK that brought us to a third game that was extremely close against D+ in one of our final weeks of regular season. I need to see a pick comp where Closer has a ton of agency, not the Zeri. Kizan mentioned he's playing it a ton in solo queue into the Corki, but we got punished super hard in that last game. I want to see BNK play their best League of Legends, and I think in games 1 and 2 they have not.
Very interesting that they go for the Renekton ban. I mean, it did have some good value in the lane and in some portions of the game, but I really like this change up from BNK. You have to take the Maokai. It's just too good, and it makes their choice even easier with the Renekton ban.
Yeah, no, it's a very strong move here for BNK. Very early Smolder priority if this is going to be locked in. And it's a flex pick right now. Can be played in mid and bottom. So happy to see that. As I am wondering if it's just going to be Ashe again for Henna, because that gives me a little bit of concern. Can be quite punishing in the lane, but they'll just lane swap again, because that's what they do. And like if you're going to play Ashe here, you might as well also just automatically go top lane, because you're not going to clash with the Smolder in bottom lane. It will not happen.
And they don't even know that, you know, the Smolder is definitely going into Aiming's hands, as you mentioned. So this is the thing about DK in these drafts, is that they are just so tricky. I feel like they're one of the trickiest teams in the LCK, if not the trickiest. And you never know where things are going. You never know what they're going to pick.
They always do this when they have a ton of time to prepare, and especially when it's a new patch. They always have great reads. And so this is not a surprise to anyone. On the side of BNK, they have showcased some pretty interesting drafts themselves, some elements of scaling, which is not really what they're known for. And it's just the setup on the team fights that looks less robust. As Ziggs looks like maybe will be the answer this time around, as they lock that in to the Smolder. You know, if you lane swap against the Ziggs, then the plates go over. So that is kind of a nice little tactic here, I feel like, for the BNK boys, because if he stays in lane, he's still going to have a bad time. And if he leaves, then it gets even worse. So very smart tech here from Ryu this time around.
And you're trying to match scaling, right? You have Corki and Ziggs, and you have insane amounts of defensive, you know, play with the Maokai alone, but also with Ziggs Satchel for himself. So you have a lot of room. Now, the only issue I have with that is that aiming on Smolder, I think eventually still wins, especially because Showmaker can play a whole slew of scaling picks in the mid lane. Like, what do you ban here? Do you want to take away the Azir? Do you want to take away a Lucian or something like a Zeri? Or
I think they should ban Misfortune, because Rel Misfortune seems so incredibly strong with this draft already. And even though this Smolder pick is likely going to be going to the bottom lane, it certainly could be flexed mid, as we've been kind of alluding to. And I think that would be a safe option here. Leona is banned already. Like, that's a pretty big tell to me, Valdez. And I'd say, yes, Ziggs Leona is very strong, very difficult to dive, very difficult to punish, but like, don't allow them to have that. They are going to ban the Ezreal, so already at least somewhat on the same page as me here with this one.
Could also be, you know, Ezreal mid. Again, they're just so tricky, but I feel like they're just mostly a ban towards aiming for sure. It's just very difficult, I would say, to get the correct quote-unquote bans.
Yeah, because Showmaker gets what he wants, no matter what you do. He gets what he wants. If he wants to play Smolder mid, he will. And if you don't ban any of these 80 carries and Aiming wants to play it, you know, then you have a strong bottom lane as well. So if you ban like Azir here, then they're like, cool, well, we just play Smolder bot and Showmaker plays something else because he has a massive champion pool. I feel like this is such a strong draft here already for D+. I like the Ziggs a lot, but let's see what the answer is going to be here for... Oh, misfortune that we saw a mile away.
Wolf.
How could we have known this?
Seen this coming.
They banned Leona first. Come on, BNK. All right. Well, it's still going to be a strong lane for the Ziggs. It played well.
And they're still toying, you know, with a lot of different ideas. He doesn't even have to play MF. He could play Zeri, or Showmaker could play Zeri.
Yeah, it's going to be Showmaker playing Zeri in this case, I think, because of the Corki matchup. We'll see, but that's my guess. We've seen both of these picks into Corki do quite well. BNK, they banned the GP.
Look at Clear's face. What is he going to pick here?
Yeah, they banned the GP, but D+ get counter pick, so it also could be Smolder top, by the way. Camille
blinds.
Interesting.
I mean, you get lockdown, you get front line. It's very reliable engage.
Yeah, it's great into the Zeri. It's great into the Smolder. Lock down a single target, blow them up.
I could just very much see this, you know, falling very far behind and not having a big impact in the game. But pressing R onto Smolder or Zeri feels pretty good.
Oh, there's an orange buff potentially here. Going to be
the
locked
old
in.
Matchup.
Yeah.
Camille Nar.
Camille Nar. I look at this draft here for the side of BNK, and I think that if we see a lot of attention given to the top side and it's a more defensive setup there, bottom side for Ziggs, like sure you won't get plates, but they get this Camille ahead, and then the Ziggs will still be a threat and will still scale pretty well. Maybe that's the best way to play this one out, because if they don't put any resources into clear and as Camille falls behind, like you were saying, if it makes a mistake, pressure's on, match point for D+, and the Camille just becomes useless in this game, then you don't have any good way at all to lock down the Zeri and the Smolder. Maokai, very helpful, but will mostly just be ulting into tanks in the front line, and the back line will be free to move, just like we talked about in the previous game. Didn't end up working out that way. Obviously for closer, he was kind of locked down by the Cassante in that scenario. But D+, they kept the draft so flexible. They kept it so open. It was very difficult to know what their next move was going to be, because in this meta, so many 80 carries are flexible.
Could have been Smolder top too, if, you know, a top laner was picked earlier on. She's 33 weeks pregnant, and she has come down to cheer on D+ Kia. So that's passion. We'll see about this. I mean, I think there are a lot of parts of this comp that if BNK get ahead, you have insane threat onto backlines with Ziggs, Camille. A lot of damage within that.
I mean, I look at this comp for D+, and I'm like, if it does not fall massively behind, it just kind of automatically wins later. So BNK need to be coordinated.
Also true. This is game number 3. Let's hop onto the Rift. Oh, a little face check to start us off. Aiming, getting it out of his system early. First blood given over to closer on Corki.
Well, that's a good start. You know, that was coordination. That was some killer instinct. You know, they see an opportunity. They seize it. Bit of a sloppy move there by the side of Aiming. Wanted to set up the ward, which is promptly cleared after his death, so won't even have the vision set up there. So just wanted to know if any shenanigans were going to be going down early. They were. So he found out.
Yeah. Kind of unfortunate that he's going in there by himself.
Face check and find out. That's what they say.
I mean, you're Smolder, right? This makes a lot more sense. Going in late with the team. And, I mean, he's also got teleport to match the Ziggs teleport. Now, it is Lilia, so you can just kind of come in here and taxi her in to get the Raptors, which they do. And Henna gets a nice little bomb off himself.
Yeah.
I do like that DK are not swapping against Ziggs.
Yeah.
I forget which team did it, but we immediately face-palmed, and Ziggs got a turret at like 4 minutes into the game, and it wasn't okay.
Yeah, no, it's not okay. And I think that the lane swaps have looked very good here for D+, as we'll just watch this again. Yeah. Face check and find out. Goes over, gets the ward up, because he's, you know, just wants to get some additional information. to help out Lucid to be aggressive early too, but ends up getting picked there. Good preemptive expectation that that could go down. Anyone goes in that brush, they're in danger. Aiming in particular will not flash either, as there's just not really much time to react. Okay, so start here is pretty good for BNK. Henna has played 3 games of Ziggs, hasn't really found a ton of success on this pick, but obviously they've been playing it a lot. They've been scrimming it a lot. Prevents the lane swap like you were saying. We were talking about that in draft. And it scales really well. My biggest question mark, though, is going to be this Camille pick for Clear. And so far...
that boomerang a little short as Ingo's kinging. The orange buff getting revenge. A little hyper proc. And early on can be a little bit rough for the Camille melee and Tanar. Always feels unfortunate, but the kill pressure you have, especially when your jungler comes up eventually and you're level 6 against Mininar, can be rough for King to handle.
Hey, at least Dorn's blade was nerfed. So
yeah.
It's gotta help him out a little bit.
Wait, I still see 4 in this game, Wolf.
Yeah. It's a starter item, you know.
Yeah.
Still relevant. True. We're jumping everywhere as more CC is getting used in the bottom lanes. We're fighting here in the jungle. Closer has Cryo.
Yeah. We're like zooming out and then zoom out again and then, yeah. Just a lot of trading. Lucid is playing in a Maokai as Lilia. We saw this in game 2, even though Raptor wasn't able to do too much with the lead he had. And Maokai feels like he has a much bigger team fight impact most of the time. Much more reliable, easier to use. Let's see what this fight looks like, though, as Moham's just kind of going in. Does have a bowling ball coming in from the side of Lucid, as Closer not having much threat from mid, and now in comes the satchel on aiming, but he's totally fine. Henna trying to get that kill. He's actually not fine, has to flash away. Now Moham gonna go in. They do get the kill, but who gets out here? Moham has to flash, as he will go down. Closer picks up that kill, and so it's a trade 1-for-1 for the supports. Lucid also gonna hop into the alcove here.
It does feel like a pretty big win for the side of BNK, because now Closer has a second kill on this Corki in a matchup that's very tricky to play out into the Zeri. He's going to have a ton of additional gold. Can teleport back to lane. Showmaker's already done so, but wants to catch this wave first. It'll be a little bit awkward for him for a second here, but should be able to get back. He has enough minions there to keep his turret clean until he teleports back over. So very messy exchange there over a lot of scuttle greed, but Moham is eventually punished. So really good start here again for BNK to snowball this game. Duro looking for more, but he was alone.
Yeah.
So trading some aftershocks.
Not top Alistair in this game. Maybe another day. An Alistair that has damage. But yeah, just the 2 supports that go down in this fight. Big fight over the Scuttle Crab.
Aiming is very low in this fight because otherwise, you know, against the Ziggs, he's very cooldown dependent, his passive and his bombs. And once he uses his abilities, you know, he's not going to offer the same amount of damage back. Aiming also early on can do a decent amount of damage with his Qs, but he's just so low. He has to flash out. And once he's gone here, sure, Lilia gets a kill, but you don't have any damage, you don't have any peel. And so eventually one of these players, like you said, is going to die. And ultimately it's a second kill there going over to Closer. Aiming did have to flash as well, so that is a potential opportunity later on to punish this Smolder. And Henna hasn't been able to interact with plates just yet, unfortunately for him. We're jumping.
We're just going to jump into mid lane again. And once again, it's just 2v2 trading. And nothing really happened down here on the bottom side anyway. Didn't need to see it. Didn't want to see it.
I kind of wanted to see it, but...
it's fine. Better off not. Lucid is going to come on in and try to threaten here on the grubs, but maybe not, actually. Just kind of looking at them menacingly.
Yeah, I mean, they get a little bit of health back, and it's like, oh, maybe I get in there. No, not really a good idea to go in there. The third one coming back up, if there was a Gnar with a Gnar bar, maybe King rotates over, but it's close to one now, at least. As this is the dance of death we are watching here in this top lane. Very much respected by Clear. As that Gnar bar comes through. He also had his Hextech ultimatum, but don't want to be using that into a Mega Gnar. And then once this expires, you know, maybe Clear starts to trade again, but So far, the Gnar handling the matchup very well. No attention topside. It's all been in mid and bottom, which hasn't led to Henna getting any plates. So while they do have a decent gold lead here with that extra kill, how much does it matter right now? It's not enough just yet. I feel like they need to do more in this early game in order to dissuade the fears of a late game dragon coming online.
Yeah, I'm generally a Camille hater personally. I'm not a big fan of Camille in this meta, and I feel like this is one of the games where it's trying to like bring me over to the other side. You know, I feel like this Camille pick really does have a lot of value, especially if they do get ahead. Just the side lane pressure, the way it can isolate targets and really set up for the Ziggs bomb and the Corky bomb as well. I feel like there are a lot of angles, and it was a very intelligent pick from BNK. The question of, can they get it ahead and can they get it to a serviceable position is another one. But
yeah, I mean, there's been no attention to the top side by Raptor to try to set up this pick for success. Kingen is a very good Gnar player, as we've talked about so many times. Just loves this pick, was making it work when no one else was in previous seasons, thinking back to like 2021. A lot of people were like, oh, the pick is so fragile. That's why we coined it the orange buff. It was getting punished a lot by picks like Camille, but Kingan's always been very good neutralizing these matchups, getting ahead sometimes as he has a pretty big lead now. Will even force clear to back. So very comfortable right now. So if this pick doesn't do anything, it still will be an ult button to lock those targets down you were mentioning, but it isn't going to feel oppressive. And BNK need to be consistently side lane pressuring, consistently winning these early fights. They need an early dragon. And if DK can get 2 dragons again and just sit on the fact that that's plus 10 minutes of scaling for them before a soul is under threat, then you're in big trouble, And this Ziggs hasn't gotten any plates, hasn't, I think, autoed the turret a single time this game, so that pick hasn't really gotten any value. And now we do see a lurking Lilia.
Yeah, lurking Lilia, but Mega Gnar coming on in and just going to avoid the bowling ball. Will clear, just throws his ult down, and not much that Lucy could do. Also, was very close to the turret, so probably wasn't going to amount to too much at the end of the day. But Lilia coming up means that King gets a nice back here, and it's going to feel good, especially when nothing really is happening. Might want to prep that lane just to maybe go down and fight over the Infernal Drake, although King is going to be forced to hop away.
Yeah. Not going to be any additional follow-up coming through from Clear because he wants to actually get this wave. He's going to look for a second interrupt. Not quite able to find it this time. During this interim, Raptor got some vision up. There was no cross map when the Lilia showed, and that's unfortunate because maybe if he was threatening mid, maybe he could have tried to get a flash out of Showmaker, maybe he could have tried to make something happen bottom side, but they kind of just sent the Ziggs home, and D+ just freely are unpunished by their topside Lilia play, and now are, looks like maybe fast track on this dragon. Lucid thinking otherwise, as now these grubs are spawning. It feels like a very similar game to Game 2, where it's all topside for BNK. Showmaker.
Yeah, just a little face check. Flash on in to deny the flash to Showmaker. 1 auto, and the Ignite is ticking, but Showmaker will barely survive. And now, level 5 Alistar. Oh, and the Ziggs bomb over the top. Gonna take him down. And yes, they get the Alistar, but it feels very good to take down Showmaker.
Yeah, still ultimately is a big win here for BNK. Close call there. Almost didn't get Showmaker, but he backs in a pretty greedy spot and will be found by the bomb. The Ignite revealing his position for a bit there, then just goes straight for the channel and ends up being punished for it. So, okay, some success here. Dragons still alive. D+ haven't been able to take that one just yet, but they will group for it here. Teleport back to mid lane for closer, but I just don't think they're going to be able to contest this. They don't have Ziggs ult. And that is 5 minutes of aiming stacking time, plus some additional stats from the Infernal Dragon, which alone is quite nice. Raptor just not here in time.
Huh. Aiming got the Q on that. And Raptor is going to lock that one down. Aiming, remember, he does not have cleanse, so I think he just kind of dies. Yeah, he's dead. And, I mean, really the only cleansable thing in this game is the Maokai, but if the Maokai hits you, then you just die. And now, finally, Henna has some time with the turret.
Yay, they did it. The Ziggs is getting the money. This was a really kind of wacky play here from Duro. Showmaker's face checking. Flash is well timed from Showmaker, clears this ward. Ignite reveals him, he backs, and then gets bombed.
There was vision of him.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a mistake from Showmaker.
Yeah, no, he was greedy.
아! 아, 근데 어차피 맞았을 것 같아.
And he knew it. He was like, it was going to hit me anyways, but not necessarily the case. But anyway, aiming here gets caught by this tip of this root here. Good punish coming through from BNK. They don't get the dragon, but they get the other dragon.
He had flash. I mean, he could have like flashed and tried to flap the other wall, and he probably gets away. So bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, maybe he just thought they didn't have enough follow-up there. He certainly did.
Yeah, turned out there were 4 people there. Aiming's doing a good job of finding the entire enemy team at the worst possible time. Now, this is Mininar. This is the punish timing that we were mentioning. And here comes Alistair, Duro over the top, and it's a very quick flash. So that's one way to get away from the Alistair, but it's still going to be entire bot lane turret taken out by Ziggs, and now the entire top lane turret taken out by Ziggs.
Yeah, all you have to do, once the Ziggs is unlocked for just a second, you just start satcheling turrets, and I mean, it's just so incredibly fast how you can punish with a Camille here.
They're not done yet.
Yeah, they're going to get a second topside turret here, very likely. Demolish will proc.
They're trying to dive here. I'm not sure about the dive, though, as Moham going to get it engaged on. He goes back in, as now he's in a bit of trouble. The sleep is coming down. Clear will avoid it. Gets the Q, but a lot of damage just coming up from Lucid. And the kiting begins. It's Serious here. Oh, no. BNK in a really rough spot. They go a bit too deep, and they will be punished for it. You're not getting away from Zeri and Lilia. Maybe Raptor does with his Nimbus cloak, but nah, he's just dead. Down he goes. That kill will be fed over to Showmaker, and Lucid is 4-0.
Yeah, Lucid is huge now in this game. Showmaker picks up a ton of money, but Aiming also is able to get the bottom turret. It will eventually go down there in the bottom lane. So a large win here for the side of DK. Just a ton of greed as a teleport punish to come out here on the last legs of that ward. Clear is looking for him.
Yeah, he had a blue trinket, drops it down, he's gonna spot him, and Aiming's in a lot of trouble here. There is no ultimatum. I'm not sure if he gets out, actually. Maybe a flap, and no, he just flashed. Follow flash, and a very nice punish here from Clear.
Yeah, I'd love to know what Aiming's stacks are right now. I haven't seen it pop up for a while, if at all. I don't know what he's at right now, but he's 3 deaths here, has been punished
17.
a lot. 17?
No, I'm just
oh, I thought you actually got like the update on the prompter or something. I was like, that can't be right, Valdez.
24.
No, pretty sure I saw that. I'm pretty sure I saw the upgraded Q. I'm like,
just trolling.
Sure.
Well,
but
trying to punish Clear. He doesn't have flash. Hookshot coming in, but Magnetstorm denies. And now with Meganar coming down, he's just going to be ulted into the wall. One wall up will not be avoided. Nice try from Clear. One house will do it, as he will be taken down eventually.
All right. Well, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. End up getting the pick onto Aiming, trading flashes, but doesn't have any way out of that one. Didn't have his ultimate still. No flash. And just is greeting a little bit there. Taken out by the Gnar. And Aiming has been shut down significantly, right? Like he's 0-3. Let's go back to this play, actually, before we talk about Aiming further, because he is getting plates during this play. Going for the dive, like you said, is a bit of a stretch. They had the Maokai ultimate, and I think if you just, once the Maokai ult goes down, you just walk away here. That's perfectly serviceable. You got an inner turret, you got the top side turret, your Ziggs is vibing. Just Maokai ult and walk away. Instead, they decide to go back in while Azeri is appearing, one of the fastest, best chase down champions in the game, and Lilia is showing up, and you just are not going to get out of here. So again, it's like 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards here as Aiming gets a ton of gold. And the bottom side did not actually finish off that turret. It was very close, was punished, but then they get the kill onto the Camille right afterwards. And a 1,300 gold lead is not enough at this stage, and even without money, even at 0-3, Aiming will eventually stack. He is at 125 right now, so a faster pace this time around, it looks like. And once he hits that breakpoint, you got big problems.
You definitely do. And DK, I mean, they gave up the 6 grubs to a Camille comp. That can be risky, but they got that first dragon again, and they're looking for the second one. Now, BNK, they have a Ziggs and they have a Rift Herald, so a lot of damage is going to go into that mid-tier 1. They take down all of the tier 1 turrets.
Yeah, D+ should just walk away from this fight. I mean, this is not a fight you want to take right now unless you have the perfect engage, or if you punish Closer.
Or if Lucid is just allowed to walk up to a dragon again. Or, as you mentioned, maybe Closer just... Okay, very nice Valkyrie. So it seemed like he had a good idea. Now here comes Clear over the top, going to isolate Moham. And there it is, the Ziggs bomb over the top alongside of the Corki, able to follow up, and that's just a free kill on a Moham.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of watched the dragon go and then ended up opting into trying to kill Closer there. It's another kill back, so BNK strike back again. And look, the Corki has 4 kills. I'm still kind of... And Ziggs has... a whole set of plates bottom side, an inner turret top side. I'm still like not sure if this comp is actually ahead enough, but plays like this give you hope that they can be decisive leading into these objective fights, because you need to play like this, and they haven't been playing like this around a lot of the objectives in our first 2 games.
Yeah, also keep in mind they don't have to do that to Moham like in a later game team fight. They can just press that onto aiming
Showmaker
or on the Showmaker.
Yeah.
And one of those hyper carries will probably die. They do have to get in there and really overcommit to make it happen, but if they're ahead, then, you know, you've got enough power, you've got this massive Corki, you have the Ziggs.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have to be either of those carries. It could be Kingen too. If you catch him on the side, the same way Clear was caught trying to push that wave bottom side. And there are great champions to punish here on the side of D+. I mean, 3 great targets. Honestly, Lilia is not even out of the question. She has a Seeker's Arm Guard smartly purchased here this time around, so tough to do so right now. But at the end of the day, this composition is super oppressive from ahead. Camille had a rough time in the laning phase, but now is kind of opened up on the map here to be a side lane threat. And even against the Zeri, you know, is going to be quite annoying to deal with for D+. It's Ocean Soul, which is kind of a boon here for D+. Like, they got the first dragon, and dragons are not going to be as big of a concern, so they can buy time for aiming to scale up and not feel too bad about it. So that's good news for D+ fans. Kingen's going to get this turret. I just want to see more fights like the one we just saw, where BNK are playing oppressively around Vision. It's going to have to be Barons they use, I think, more than Dragons to force those fights, those uncomfortable positions with D+, where D+ is like, you know, I can't quite fight just yet, but I need to go in there. I cannot allow them to have this objective. They need to be consistently proactive to keep the lead that they have right now and hold on to it. One misstep in a team fight, one botched engage, one pick in a side lane just buys D+ so much more time for scaling. And, you know, the Zeri, we've been talking mostly about the Smolder. The Zeri also scales incredibly well, especially when you have a frontline like the frontline D+ has.
Yeah, it feels very nice to have this really fed Lilia alongside of 280 carries. You just have multiple threats. They don't have many turrets, though. That is a 5th turret to fall already in favor of BNK. There's only 1 turret that went to DK. So most of this gold that is in the lead of BNK is coming in turrets and objectives, as now they're just going to do it again. Press an ult button and just get a satchel down onto a turret, as now Moham finds the Omega angle from the jungle, and a massive sleep is coming in closer. Gonna get the shutdown over to Zeri. There's a kill onto Duro and make it a 3rd one. They feed those both to the Smolder, and DK are right back in the game.
Yeah, BNK fan hoping that they are going to Gyeongju, but that team fight, or rather punish, I don't even want to call it a team fight from D+.
Opening?
The second of this game. And the last one got you some scaling, right? Obviously got you some gold. Now they're getting a Baron. And it may be traded for an inhibitor, as Clear is going to be threatening that in mid lane. This is also going to be tons of gold here for D+, as well as map control. And if it's mid inhibitor, you can just kind of always be able to push that one out. So it's a significant catch back here and a great call from Clear. But 2 times in a row, over-indexing on trying to get more than just the turret. The Maokai ultimate sets up for a lot of safety there, but the punish was so good from D+. Moham is just having his best, he's living his best life on Rel. Again, there was a ward
Rel
here.
3 games in a row.
Look who's not caught by the ultimate. It's the Rel.
They see him.
And then, look at this. Unfortunately, Raptor tries to deny him entry, but uses his Twisted Advance a bit too early, and so it's just an easy follow-up flash engage.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just like, I win this game.
I'm going.
나 가자.
Go. I mean, he called it a long time ago, but unfortunately the enemy team, for their sake, did not see it coming.
And you mentioned just before this, like they don't have a lot of turrets, and it's tough for them to defend the turrets. Those are the types of plays you have to make when people are sieging your turrets, is flank plays like that. And they just greeted super hard. If Raptor's standing further away and they get the twisted advance, then he can't actually find that angle, and then they just grab the turret and walk away, or potentially even find more. Moham just finds this insane angle, and Raptor kind of fails to deny him, even though they knew he was coming.
I mean, think back to when we were talking about the drafts and how tricky DK can be. They get a guy who can play engage supports. Sorry, Kellen, he's more of an enchanter guy, but Moham, he can play the rel like nobody's business. He has had an insane series so far.
He's still undefeated on this pick.
But there's just so many things you have to ban and deal with when you're playing against DK that he just gets rel every game. As now we have another fight brewing here. Not looking quite as good for DK, actually, as now BNK have got him up against the wall, and Clear is going to get away. King and also pretty low themselves. Looks like BNK not really able to threaten or punish this too much, though.
Yeah, if you catch the Gnar when he's mini, you probably blow him up with that bomb. But when he's mega, he just kind of casually walks it off. Won't have to flash here. They still get the turret, D+ that is, but it buys a lot of time here. Baron time has been depleted quite significantly. They haven't really gotten any real hull damage done to the side of BNK. They got that outer. You look at mid, that turret is still very healthy. So D+, not the greatest Baron power play in terms of structures, obviously in terms of gold, quite nice for them, but still have a lot of turrets to go through. But Smolder is stacking. You know, that's kind of the theme of this game. Will he get to that breaking point? I don't know how many stacks he's sitting on right now, but obviously getting much closer. And even if it's the slowest aiming Smolder stacks, I mean, we're 4 minutes away from the worst case scenario.
205.
205, yeah, he's much closer this time. Still pretty slow.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. If once that's online, then the fights get so much tougher. And Lilia, because she has all that extra gold, turned the arm guard into a Zhonya's early, so now has a ton of extra armor, a lot more safety, and will be able to, on command in these critical team fights, block out any type of Camille engage on top of her where she's trying to lock her out and stop her from going for these smites. It is a very tricky road here. I mean, BNK do have the tools, but that Baron, that overextension bottom side gives Baron, which gives back map control, and all the pressure is gone. And D+ are just stacking. It's one tiny mistake, one overextension that Moham punishes so brilliantly, and then you've lost all of those pressure points. You've lost your gold lead.
Yeah.
And you might be losing this series. It's not over yet, but
yeah, I mean, they still have a chance. I mean, they still have ways to get clear on flanks and press R button, and they still have a couple of extremely fed carries in their own right with the Corki on 3 items, the Ziggs on 3 items, including Deathcap, who did go for the damage builds. I'm sure Ox is going to be extremely happy with the way the Ziggs has been played and built this game, especially early on with all the turrets that went down. Now, I wouldn't favor them, you know, especially the way this game has, or the series rather, has been going pretty heavily in favor of DK. And the fact that Moham has just been totally unchecked, and Maokai ultimates have been used to not counter the rel in the hard engage, but rather to siege turrets. And that's about it. So, but at least this one feels a little bit closer than, let's say, game 1.
Yeah.
Which was certainly more in favor of DK.
I mean, I still think it's winnable. But Smolder just hit
Moham.
225, and Moham is up.
Moham. Just when we had a lot of nice things to say, he's just dead. Now, there's no objective, but he's still dead.
But I mean, basically, like, literally no objective. Even mid inhibitor is down. There's no turrets to get.
They can push top?
Yeah, I mean,
I guess
maybe.
I guess they will, actually.
I mean, they have to do something, right, with this pick. And now that there's no one to punish with a flank, and they have so much vision here, they should be able to get up and siege that turret, you would think. And D+ are not in a side lane, they're not bottom lane, they're not pushing mid because they have the inhibitor there, but instead they're just kind of back. I feel like there was an angle to group and just siege again, but maybe they've been burned twice once in this top lane, so they're like, you know what, even though he's dead, he's going to respawn, and I don't like it. But you have all the vision. Look at all the vision they have.
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, like, this is like the great angle to actually go for a big siege, but I guess they just don't want to be burned again before Baron. But yeah, this is just trying to get vision. He's alone. I mean, it's just a mistake from Moham. He's come up from challengers in the middle of summer, at the tail end of summer. So you are going to get some mistakes like that from your newer
It is, yeah.
support.
If we're just going to, I mean, we're going to be really critical. I mean, there was no Baron for 90 seconds at that point, so trying to get vision of that at that moment wasn't necessarily pertinent.
It happens.
But ultimately, without him there, I thought we would have seen a more aggressive punish topside, especially because D+ are not showing in mid because they, you know.
It's funny too, like Moham still doesn't have his ult even after he respawns, so a siege would have gone really hard there.
Yeah,
like you get a siege on top, you take down a second inhibitor, maybe you start to threaten Baron and take out all the vision after that push.
Ultimately, they decide not to, and you and I don't agree with it, but again, there's fear that you are on your playoff life, your tournament life. You know, they have an opportunity for Worlds qualifiers. I mean, there's so many things that you lose if you mess it up again. And with all the information we have and all the vision they had, it seemed like a pretty easy call, but this is what it's like when you're playing best of fives against a team like D+, who just are so clutch. Have had so many great moments. You're maybe worried that like Kingen flanks you or something with the teleport and you get caught. There were definitely some dangerous aspects of what could have happened there. But ultimately, they don't get that inhibitor. The mid inhibitor has respawned in mid, and they have Prio, and they were able to get a little bit of map control back. Maybe if they could start a Baron here and look for a good turn to be the window back into this game, but aiming is on 3 items, and he is stacking up a Storm.
Yeah. The poke and the turn, as you mentioned, you know, you've got Ziggs, you've got Maokai. I talked about this in the draft. There's just a lot of different ways to threaten turns, to threaten damage without really being in any danger, right? You've even got an Alistar to try to peel, and this is essentially what they're doing. They're just kind of hanging out. I feel like this is really where BNK will get a lot of value. Just try to poke them down. You've got Corki Ziggs, you've got Maokai, and you have the split laner, the side pusher in the Camille, who should win the 1v1.
You outrange the Smolder with your Ziggs Qs, so you just got to keep lobbing them in. Look at the zoning here as well from Hannah, trying to keep them away from this pit, but it won't last forever.
It's a lot of damage, a bit of vision will be given by Mom, but look at Lucid. Has to Zhonya's. I mean, he cannot get by the Ziggs, and he might just die to, okay, aiming, trying to block for the jungler.
They're still going to get this Baron.
He's going to get the Baron.
Yeah. Really well played. Zig bombs on the ground, keeping them out. Decisive call from BNK. These are the looks that we need to see from this team if they're going to maybe take the upset win tonight. We're just baby steps here. That will be Baron into Dragon. Will even us up 2-2. But that was really tough to play out for the side of D+, as Lucid just has to go to the Zhonya's. Is almost killed by Leandri's burn there off of that final Q.
This is the power of Ziggs that is in a position where he can't really be touched. And you have to run into him, and there's a Maokai on his team. Like, how do you get him?
And it's just, I mean, all of the moments leading up to that Baron take were clearing the wave, poking, aiming, trying to keep him at arm's length where he can't quite reach you, can't actually poke back in return. The Achus aren't the issue, it's the Q damage, but if you're queuing into BNK, you might get punished, you might get blown up, and if your health bar is constantly getting chipped away at, you have to back away. He does have teleport, of course, but isn't going to be able to match that. Rotation over to Baron, and BNK do have that wave clear, do have that push. Then they have the ability to zone you away completely. It was so well handled, just leaving Raptor and Closer on the Baron and allowing the Ziggs to just constantly threaten. So you can't walk through this choke point, I'm not going to allow it. Do see a Rift Maker for Lucid. We'll see if he can have a long-term team fight here with aiming later on. This game is not over by any means, but BNK can once again open up this base. That mid inhibitor is still open.
Yeah, mid inhibitor is almost a gimme, especially if they do hard commit to it. Let's see where DK want to make their stand, as Kingen's just going to run into a bomb. I mean, at the end of the day, they do have some decent wave clear with the Smolder, but aiming can't be everywhere by himself, and they still don't have a good answer for the Camille.
Yeah, clear is threatening this top turret. The inhibitor, like you said, is a gimme. Then they can collapse here around that top turret. I mean, you are not safe, D+. Have to play really far back. Moham this time not able to find that flank angle. This time, no way for him to actually go and trap or punish. Kingen's looking for a little bit of an angle himself, but all alone here. And his Narbar's in a really good spot, but he just cannot actually close the gap alone.
They really want to try to force something, but BNK, something got into them. They really hunkered down in the last 5 minutes or so, and they said, we are not losing this game. As in goes Kingen, he is going to find Closer. That's another stun with the wall up, as now Bomb coming down in his sleep as well. But look at the damage that goes back on a Lucid, but aiming gets the kill. And they finally find a way to take down Closer.
Duro.
Yeah, Hannah as well in a really rough spot. He has to flash away, has the satchel for some extra range, and he will get away.
Duro is not going to get punished here, it doesn't look like.
Look at the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, they're threatening this Nexus turret. King's going in.
Yeah, King's going in. There's a TP, and Kingen doesn't have Mega. He is going to hit it, but now TP utilized. Kingen looking to go even more, but that is a Ziggs. And Kingen has to hop away from the mines on the ground. I mean, they cannot deal with the Ziggs.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down now. And we are a long way away from Elder. It's 32 minutes into this game with these late dragon takes. Oh, nice try.
They question mark pinged it. They're like, what was that?
Well, I'm looking at this game state feeling like, on one hand, you have this Camille that has teleport that can threaten an end if they can stack a wave up. But if D+ actually are able to survive here, it's not like they're up against Elder, right? We'll watch this play back again. Closer just way too far up here is punished. Kingen was waiting for an angle to punish mid, found his angle actually in bottom lane. That damage coming through from the Smolder. Very puzzling timing of the ult, unfortunately, for Raptor, and then Duro is able to survive despite being way, way far up there. But anyway, if D+ survive for the next 4 minutes here, because they'll happily give up a Ocean Drake. They don't care about that. They're more concerned about this next Baron here, because that's when you can really start to push through and actually just end the game with the Ziggs, who could just basically two-shot the turrets. That's what they're most concerned about. If they could stave off the pressure of these inhibitors, survive here, stack it up, scale it up, they still have a chance to win this game. Like, it is not over until it's over, because BNK can't just walk up and end with this composition. But if they over-index into a fight, Clear still has that teleport, a wave is stacked. You know, there's an angle for just the backdoor end. Just very tricky into the Smolder wave clear you mentioned. I mean, look at it here. It's just really easy for D+ to just go, okay, well, it's really unfortunate to have inhibitors down, but luckily we have a Smolder on our team.
Yeah, and, you know, if they were able to get that bottom inhibitor, maybe there would be a different story, because that's farthest away from the Baron. As you mentioned, that's the biggest threat. You put the Camille there, he's got TP, and you really don't have a good answer at all outside of aiming, I guess. And then he's got to hope he doesn't get jumped on, or he's never in a position. It's very much on a thin line here. It's not an easy game to play out for either side, I would say, but big credit to BNK for really turning this game around.
Yeah.
And essentially playing the way that they have to win. As something got into them, somebody made a call, and they're like, nope, we're just going to play this way, and this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to win. Nobody's going to make any more mistakes. And yeah, I mean, Closer got caught on the bottom side, but it didn't really mean anything. So
yeah, ultimately it didn't matter. BNK just going to take this dragon systematically here. This is the give up of the dragon I was talking about for...
They want Elder to spawn.
Yeah, they just don't really care about this dragon at all. It's not Soul. And even if it were Soul, you'd be like, well, I'm not going to force the fight here with 2 inhibitors down. I guess we'll just wait for Elder, but it isn't even that Soul. It's just Soul point, so BNK do not care. Now, the Baron they do care about. They are going to try to, you know, clear up some vision over here and prepare for just contesting it, while also leaving the Smolder in mid. The fact that they have these 3 teleports up is so huge for D+, because it allows them to deal with the inhibitors and then respond to any play aggressively that BNK may look to make. If they didn't have these TPs, BNK could just group in one of these downed inhibitor lanes and hard push, and then it's very difficult to punish. As Clear is lurking over here.
So it's actually going to be Showmaker who is going to take the side lane. They have 3 TPs, as do BNK. And it's basically just aiming and Showmaker. And they can both TP to a Baron fight if need be.
Yeah. Once this wave gets pushed out, you know, with these super minions here, you have an opportunity to start Baron as BNK. And if, you know, D+ commit all their TPs to the Baron and then Clear just hides, and he can actually push and threaten that inhibitor turret in bottom lane. Not quite in a position to do so just yet. D+ being so patient here, not panicking, not overreacting, just constantly checking while slowly clearing the waves. Mid inhibitors back up, 40 seconds till that top inhibitor's back up. Kingen is very far out there, but there's no one to punish because they have vision around here. They have vision in the Baron pit, they have this control ward, so he knows he can be up here like this. And now the team is joining. They can double TP into the fight. D+ have handled this double down inhibitor so incredibly well. And BNK, unfortunately, not able to get anything out of it, you know?
Yeah, I feel like they were doing well for the last 5 minutes, but now they're kind of almost frozen. There's just like DK coming from too many angles, and they don't really know what to do with it. They don't want to start the Baron. They're a bit fearful about that. They don't want to go too hard in the side lane with their Camille, who almost has full build, by the way. And, I mean, they got to do something. Now, Moham running over mines, that's never really going to work. Especially, you know, you've even got saplings that are coming down here. There's no Leandries for the Maokai, but it's still going to hurt a bit. As you can see, that damage on aiming.
All right, Clear is showing bottom lane. Showmaker's going to go over there and deal with it. And once again, we kind of reset. If Showmaker gets locked down by Clear, I mean, he doesn't have his Zonias, but, I mean, he's basically full build. His Immortal Shield Bow will buy him a lot of time, and someone will TP to save him, so I don't think Clear has an all-in angle onto him right now. Would be close, but I don't think it's quite enough. And so he can't really punish or threaten this inhibitor unless Showmaker leaves. So what they need to do is force him to leave by, for example, starting Baron and being confident in their turn. I feel like BNK are just not confident. Closer's in danger.
Uh-oh. And the flash comes in. That's not... Okay, finally the sleep comes in, but a lot of members of BNK are here, but Closer's in so much trouble. Moham finds the angle again. A lot of damage does come out from the Ziggs, but he's just not in range this time. Look at that burst, but it just doesn't matter. As Clear also going to be isolated in the top side. The GA goes down for nothing. And already Kingen is backing. He wants to join the team on the push. That might just end the game.
Yeah. One catch. And it was BNK who got jumped on. It was BNK who got trapped. It was D+, the proactive team.
I don't know if they can actually end against the Ziggs. They really, yeah, they need to push him out. Smart from Showmaker here, especially without Baron.
Yeah, and they are just going to take this turret out essentially for free here. As the wave is coming through, they need that wave. Kingen, just keep pushing. Just keep pushing him.
Yeah, because, yeah, he's even flashing on him. I mean, in a 1v1, Kingen will win, but Henna needs to clear the wave. That is a big super mega Inferno Bomb, and that is going to clear the wave. So, again, without Baron, I don't think you can end the game against the Ziggs.
The question is, really, can D+ get this Baron done before everyone respawns here? Closer's up in 8, but no TP. I think they might have a window here, but Raptor is going to try to come over here, look for the punish onto Kingen. I just don't have any vision here. That ward is going to get cleared, and now the map is getting dark.
I just don't think they have a way in. I mean, Raptor's really going to have to, like, force his way through multiple members. Might be able to just barely get in here. He's got Flash. Here comes Duro, but, oh, he's just slightly too late. Raptor not in range, and he didn't want to go for a flip anyway. As now, looking to catch Moham. Might be able to do this, but Raptor is going to take a bunch of damage. Moham as well. No, he's going to be taken down. So, DK, they lose their support, and they take the Baron, and they'll walk away with that.
Yeah, Maokai ultimate down now as well, so really difficult to try to find something else here as D+ will get those empowered recalls off and be able to get back home and should be able to then group to defend this inhibitor. Clear was like, maybe I have an angle to get this one done faster than that can happen, but I have to take a Constellation Ocean Soul.
What are they doing up there? I mean, they know that they're going to take the Ocean Soul, but the two of them are up in the top lane trying to push right now. Looks like Gaming's going to back. I mean, there's no TPs, so I feel like overcommitting there would be a mistake.
Yeah, Showmaker just picks up a GA after this play. This is where it all goes wrong. Like, if BNK start the Baron, there's so much more they can do with this. Instead, it's just a catch into double TP, a late TP coming through from Clear. The Mom layering is amazing, and that execute damage is just coming through. Like, you cannot win these fights if you're not dictating the pace of them yourself, and if you're matching teleports late as BNK, you're not winning these fights. And yes, there was a ton of damage going through there from the Ziggs, but imagine if they were all together. Imagine if they were the ones to turn. Imagine if they started the fight off with the Maokai ult and held those players in place. But they just weren't confident enough to do it. And D+, they absolutely were. And now with Baron starting to open the map up even further.
Yeah, and Henna, I mean, he's trying to clear these waves, but the Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't do much. And it's up against Baron now, so this is going to be a different feel. Now, the wave clear is still very good with a full build Ziggs and Corki. But, I mean, as you mentioned, it's going to open up the map. It's going to give angles for DK. I mean, DK were finding angles when there weren't really angles to find, and BNK kind of just gave them a couple of gimmies. And now, from ahead, I feel like DK have a lot more options. So, going to look to take down this mid-inner and get the most out of the Red Bull Baron power play.
Yep, now starting to put the threat on the second inhibitor turret first, but wave clear is coming through. It's good, and it has his ult back up. Elder spawns, you know, ironically with that Constellation Drake, it gives D+ more of a robust win con here. If they can get a second inhibitor, it kind of guarantees that they should be able to have prio, but they're not able to do so. And the game continues. This game is so, I feel like both D+ are being more decisive, but they're also being more clutches. Uh-oh, speaking of,
Henna. No, please. Not like this.
He does not walk forward to his death.
Yeah, good call. Generally a bad idea. And Tenna is going to drop another bomb on top of this and just clear nearly the entire wave. So not a lot of pressure with the Baron.
Clear?
And here comes Clear.
Yeah, just trying to come in here and maybe threaten an inhibitor. They're going to back.
Kidding?
And they have Baron Empowered Recall still for that last second, so we'll be able to get back quickly. And the game continues. I mean, it looks like we are moving to an Elder fight. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a flip, but because D+ didn't get a second inhibitor, that inhib's going to be up for the Elder, and they have insane wave clear. And it is going to be about who's more decisive. And right now, based on what we've been watching from D+ this entire game, or the entire late game, the really clean 2 inhibitors down, but played everything right. They were the ones who were able to set up the ambush on the Baron. They were more decisive on their push with Baron. My money's on them, even though this entire game has looked like BNK have so much control over the map. They got the inhibitors, they have control, they have a side lane in Camille, but D+ are just making the plays. Speaking of,
Moham, he doesn't care about the mines. Apparently, he's going to find more mines. He's like, hey, give me some more of those. Actually, I'd like to step on more.
Yeah, he's going to be looking at his healing stat, his self-heal stat with his Warmogs after this game.
Yeah. It's really funny.
I mean, this is freaking me out because I'm watching D+ threatening everywhere nonstop, constantly, and just one kill, just one pick, might be what decides this game.
Yeah, I mean, we might go to a game 4. Like, BNK, man, they had so many angles. I kind of feel bad for them. As you mentioned before, I feel like if their team fights were just a bit more coordinated and they were setting the tone, they were the ones starting them off and going for all those combos that we mentioned earlier on that just kind of never came true, then they'd probably be in a better spot right now. Instead, you're dealing with eventually 6-item Zeri, 6-item Smolder.
Yeah, and we have 2 GAs. You kill one of these players with a big Ziggs combo, they're going to pop back up.
Also, sorry to cut you off, I think he also sold an item and bought Leandri's. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I saw him sell an item and then he was still in the fountain.
I think he did. I can't.
Not sure if he had.
Yeah, no, he had Shojin's and sold it. Yeah, so he did. Yeah, he sold that. I'm looking at BNK and I'm like, if you can't clutch this, you're not going to round 2. You have to clutch this Elder fight. You have to be decisive. They have the inhibitor respawn now. Okay, Clear isolated.
This looks like another one of those fights, but Lucid! Oh, he nearly dies. He's burning, and one bomb. Okay, he's going to be saved. And the burn, I mean, it was still going on. He is saved by the Locket.
30 seconds on this Baron. I mean, D+ will have time for Lucid to go back and then return with full health, but they're not going to have Prio here. BNK, there's about 40 seconds of time between this Baron spawn and the Elder. If they could actually be decisive and do both, it would be a huge opportunity for them to get that Exodia.
When does Lucid buy a Warmogs?
I mean,
it's very good into Ziggs.
Too bad he doesn't have Ocean Soul,
Yeah.
As we are just grouping faster as D+, while their jungler had 0 health, BNK are just going to hope and put everything on Clear's side lane push. And it's D+ who start the Baron, Valdez!
Yeah.
You gotta do something, you're not going to round 2!
Clear is gonna try to join with the team. TP is coming in. The damage is ticking on this Baron already. Lucid in the pit. And they just have the damage on this one. Raptor being zoned away. He gets in the pit and it goes to Raptor! BNK get it, but down will go Clear, I believe. Somebody up there on the top side. No, it's actually Closer who was isolated. And so the Baron goes to BNK, but they just lost their Corki.
Yeah, right before Elder spawns, and they need time to get value out of this Baron buff. Clear doesn't have TP. There's no way to punish the base, and D+ can just start this Elder up right away. They put everything into a Meganar, and Kingan walks away. He still has TP. And Elder greater than Baron, I think, in this situation, especially with a Smolder that's full build. D+ with a huge win again, despite the steal from Raptor. They just get nothing in return in the fight. The game's not over, but I would definitely lean towards D+ having the better of these advantages because they are just going to walk up and siege this in every single Smolder queue. Hurts so much.
Now, the issue is, do they ever get to fight? Because, again, no Baron, so Ziggs just clears the wave. And if they cannot threaten Ziggs and nearly die to Ziggs. If they can't threaten Ziggs, then Henna's just fine. He just throws mines, throws bombs, and you don't have a wave. So you never really have a chance to fight BNK unless you're diving.
Yeah, and you know, aiming is low range, right? He is getting poked out by the Ziggs a little bit. But if he gets an opportunity, if Moram finds these flanks, which he is threatening as we speak, that might just alone be enough.
They just never get a wave. And I feel like DK are very much like, well, I guess we trade objectives and we go next. Go next objective.
I thought that was definitely a much better angle. Let's watch Raptors steal actually first before we talk about this.
바로 먹었어.
Yeah, just gets it. And he's like, I got Baron.
You know, if D+ get Baron and Elder and Corki, they probably just win the game. So Raptor keeps them alive in this game.
Now, they ended up putting everything into Kingen in that last fight as well. If maybe there was a more prio target that didn't have Meganar, then maybe they actually end up getting more there and then can actually do something with their Baron. But instead, they end up losing out on the exchange. Closer dies, D+ get this Elder. And I really thought D+ were just going to hard force go, run down the mid lane, and then put that pressure on more directly there. But the wave clear comes out so fast, as you were mentioning. They haven't been able to get this Elder buff to proc, basically. You know, it's Extendo Beam is like the only thing that can poke, and then aiming would love to Q somebody.
Yeah, I mean, they can, okay, they're not even going to get a proc there. They can try top just because there's no turret, so you don't really have to dive anything, and that is going to be BNK. They have to back away.
Yeah, they have the Meganar here for just a brief amount of time as well, so they should be able to get this inhibitor for free.
Yeah, and they would love to dive. They would love to. BNK, if they give them an angle, DK will dive you.
I mean, they have kind of an angle now with this wave here.
How did this wave get in?
And
that wave needs to be cleared. They're just getting a free turret. And now Duro's just going to engage. That's a very nice engage. In goes the Camille. Big wombo combo, but Moham finds the engage. It's not quite enough. Where's the damage from DK? It is not quite there. They take out the Smolder, but Kingan's in the back line as well. Trying desperately, Lucid as well, trying, but it's not quite enough. BNK will wipe D+ Kia in their own base.
Super clutch move from Duro, saving the game. It's like each individual player has his moment here for BNK. With Raptor getting the Baron steal to help to keep them alive. It's a full wipe, and D+ once again stopped in the base. We saw Kingan's fantastic base defense when they played against each other in that second round robin, and this time it's BNK who get it done. Elder's not proccing enough. Taking out aiming in that initial fight was so critical. And it looks like we are going to 4, Valdez. I see the series materializing on my hands, and I didn't think BNK had it in them to clutch this one out, but Raptor and Duro certainly did. It is never over until it's over.
50-minute game goes over to BNK, and we will have a 4th one on the cards. And it really just came down to a couple of clutch smites. You know, you take down the Baron, and they picked Ziggs. And the side of DK never really had an answer for that the entire game long. And the Camille pick, again, another stroke of genius. Mentioned it at the very beginning of the game, and it ended up being quite strong. Just to immediately isolate one of the targets and take them down. Even in that one game, you see the coach is just like, can barely handle it.
I trusted, and you guys could probably tell, I thought D+ could end there. I think they have the Elder buff. They find that one angle into the base. But it's just such a clutch counter engage from Duro to come through, and it's moments like that where you just go, oh, okay, they got us. You know, it wasn't the cleanest setup there from D+. I think they were like, all right, now the base is open. We have enough minions here. Henna is not ulting the wave because he wants to ult the team. The Camille ultimate followed up off, the follow-up after that Alistar engage was fantastic. And it's just so incredibly close. It's on such a nice edge that maybe D+ should have just played it slower there. The Ziggs was such a big problem, the constant wave clear, such a back and forth game. And an Elder buffed late game Smolder isn't enough to get it done.
Well, the 50-minute game that was that close is enough to get the waterworks going for pretty much everybody in the shot. As BNK, they're not out of it yet, and they have another chance. But guys, we're going to take a break. This says do not give up, and they certainly did not. They have another chance for Game 4. We'll be back after the break.
탑으로 갈게 나. 재밌다. 기억력 좋았다. 다음 판도 잘해보자. 오케이. 네 30초. 선물도 플래시 있다 얘들아. 없어. 나 탈탈게 이거. 끝내. 황소 부자치였다. 나이스. 아 그래도 이겨서 다행이다 진짜 잘했다. 야 플래시 성공. 이거 이 판마저 졌으면 진짜 연습필 다 부실 뻔했어. 잘했어 얘들아. 다파 잘해보자.
퍼스 모니터가 올라갔네.
나 다시 올렸어.
왜?
광동전 올리고 이겨가지고. 지원전에 내리고 졌단 말이야.
타만 놓고 따지면 킹겐이 굉장히 좋아하는 수치입니다.
현민 씨. 상대 전적이 또 나 기죽이네.
너무 부담 가지지 말고 오늘 경기 알았지?
저도 돼.
그건 아닌데.
그건 아니야.
선 넘지 마.
들었습니다만 결국 래퍼까지 잡아냅니다. 이거면 BNK죠.
BNK도 만만치 않네요. 야 캐넨 올 사람 없나? 캐넨.
야 바텀 맞아야 돼.
가는 중. 내가 먼저 가. 빨리 나가서 천천히. 다 깨냈어. 천천히. 야 이번엔 세게 하자. 쭉쭉 가자.
갈렸어. 보자.
가볼게. 제리. 풀공. 캐넨. 나이스.
아 미드 걸렸어.
야 봐줘. 할만.
안 되겠다.
야 잡았어. 아 끝내자. 미드 가보자.
끝내놓을 수도 있겠다 이거. 근데 이거 후반은 집중력 싸움이야. 집중 잘하면 이겨.
가볼래?
야 그럼.
아이고 이거 천천히 해야 되는데.
야, 다 뭐냐?
나이스. 장로 바론하고 끝낼 생각하자.
그래.
잘해보자 마지막으로.
야, 재밌다. 오케이, 얘들아, 진짜 집중만 잘하자.
집중하자. 그냥 버티자 이거. 얘네 못 끝낼 것 같은데. 잘해보자. 보자. 아 별로야? 아 별로. 야 제리. 야 그래 보자. 야 제리 잡았다. 야 장로 있어 아직. 장로에 쫄지 마.
천천히 봐. 앞에 거 봐.
야 나 2초. 야 아래 거 맞아. 천천히. 야 나 본다.
바이. 야, 거리키 지키면서 이제 잘 봐, 이제.
야 코르케 보자. 형 코르케
잡아야 돼.
코르케 잡아야 돼. 성훈이 형.
제발 어떡해. 끝내줘, 제발.
아 진짜 힘들다.
와, 무슨 데인가요, 진짜? LCK 주반 예상 다 틀렸습니다.
형 스몰더는 반깍템 안 가? 걔는 트루뎀이 있으니까 안 가긴 해. 잘해보자. 아 괜찮은데? 야 보자. 야 앞으로 좀 가자. 그냥 근데 안타 많이 좋아 보이긴 한다 그냥. 다 먹습 이거. 그냥 개 터는 듯? 나 지금 괴물이긴 해. 야 진짜 잘해보자 이거. 야 보물도 가자. 야 딸. 여기. 야 캐네. 야 천천히 해. 빨리 좀 와. 야 코르케. 잡았어. 나이스. 이겼어. 맞아. 수업 때 좀 손해 많이 보긴 했다. 아 괜찮아. 이겼어. 이기면 그만이야. 와 레전드. 고생했다. 나이스. 한 판만 더 이기자. 한 판만. 첫 판이라 생각해. 아 근데? 두 번째 판인데? 흥분하지 말고. 진짜 딱 한 판이다. 딱 한 판. 빠질래? 접자. 야 물려. 나 준비해 있어. 나 봐줘. 빠져. 야 빠져. 야 근데 천천히 싸움해도 돼. 이거 야 다야. 야 캐내고. 탈진 걸었어. 야 견적 좋아. 이제만 살아봐. 이제 줄게 됐고. 지금 포지션 조금만 더 신경 써봐. 조금만 더 신경 써볼게. 야 긴장도 풀어라. 허여운데? 야 알리노플 천천히. 견적 좋아 보여. 야 빨리면 안 돼. 바이 노플. 야 캐내 지울게. 야 캐내. 줘. 야 자야 빨리 좀 와. 야 맞다. 야 이겼다. 야 미드가. 끝내. 이겼다. 아 진짜 너무 잘했다 우리 팀. 나이스 진짜.
밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다.
이번엔 진짜 죽인다.
BNK 피어 X 동부의 왕으로 다시 올라갑니다.
한 단계씩 밟아 나가는 운영이 예술이었습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. Oh, what's that, Power King? Aha, yes, we do indeed have a series on our hands. It is, in fact, all over them because finally BNK have found a game in the series. We'll see whether that is going to be enough because this one took about everything that they had and 60,000 damage from a Ziggs. But I think that's probably where one man wants to start. Orcs, how did we feel about the draft?
It was a pretty good Ziggs game, and I love the fact that they have so much setup for the Ziggs. You have the Maokai, you have the Camille, you have the Alistair. You just hold someone in place, and then Ziggs presses R. Beautiful.
Glorious.
Right, and you can see like DK banned the Renekton in this game. They go for BNK go for the first pick Maokai, and that leads into like the Ziggs, the Corki.
I thought you were going to say, and that leads into winning. Because
pretty much, yeah, right, yeah, pretty much. And you can see Aiming continuing with the Smolder pick. He's definitely comfortable on it today. So yeah, that's the whole comp for most of the matches today.
Yeah, kind of crazy. There was a lot of scaling on the side of D+, but does scaling actually matter when everything dies from a million screens away? That is not what we're up to right now, though. Let's have a look at our first highlight, which is a lot earlier in the game.
And I feel like BNK FearX did a really good job of capitalizing on this kill. Eamon gets caught by the Maokai, doesn't have cleanse this game.
Did he think that he did have cleanse, Orcs?
Perhaps thought he did, because he didn't flash. But you're against six Void Grub Ziggs. So the tower's just gone immediately, and then this is what you should do with the Ziggs. He recalls and gone, okay, one tower down, which is next? Immediately sets his sights on top lane. They move up towards there with a TP, and they manage to also take this top lane tier 1, so another set of plays for the Ziggs, getting monster fed here.
Right, and you can really see why like 6 Void Grubs are so strong right now in the current meta, just taking down towers so fast. And then with Ziggs it's even more faster and you can really secure down the towers. And then you can see here that they go for the tier 2, but it ends up into a fight, which doesn't really go as well as they planned to.
Yeah, they could have disengaged here, but they go for the re-engage. They've already just taken 3 towers back to back to back. The gold lead from that on the Ziggs is massive, but they overcommit for the fight when they don't have the resources, and Zeri is here far before the Corki ever would be. So this is why the game was so messy, because BNK FearX were doing a lot of good stuff, but they were also making some big mistakes that D+ continuously punished.
And we had Lucid extraordinarily fed in this game. I don't think died until the very final ace, where they did in fact lose the game. So I think D+ certainly did have a lot of things going for them. I think that the amount of stacks that a Smolder had was almost the highest that we've ever seen. But things continued to go the way of the Ziggs.
Yeah, but this was the moment.
For this moment.
Yeah, this was really where I think D+ found their way back in when Moham got a massive ult, the big combo, and it kind of shows that even though BNK FearX are ahead, there's still vulnerabilities. If this engage gets onto your backline, if the follow-up's there, you can get taken out.
Right, and you can see like in this series, like consistently getting like huge ults from Moham that really have big impacts on the game. Like that was a huge team fight. They got Baron off that play, and they were nowhere near Baron at that point. It was just like really clean fight.
Yeah, and the ridiculous thing about this is that both of those fights that we saw D+ win were fights where they required BNK to overextend, to go for sieges themselves. And when we saw anything like that happen on the other side, the punishment was also severe, and this was the game-winning fight here from BNK.
And it was big because the Elder had just started a timeout. That's why they give up the Nexus Tower to wait out the Elder. The re-engage comes in, Eamon gets knocked into GA immediately, and it's a very scrappy, messy fight. But you see closers just free hitting from the side. You see Ziggs nowhere near the melee that's going on, but constantly landing damage into it.
Right, and then just another huge engage from Alistair. Like you can see both team supports just having really good engages here. And that's also like on the supports as well, but also from the other side, they're not ready. They're not anticipating the support engages as much. They're losing focus as the game goes on.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Ocean Soul existed in this fight as well, that B&K were able to leverage, I think, pretty beautifully. I think otherwise Lilia could have just burnt half the team to death, but did not happen. And now it is time for us to reveal the Ziggs of the game. And it is going to be Henna, of course. He was the only one playing Ziggs. 1200 DPM. The guy was absolutely massive.
Yeah, I mean, just did absurd amounts of damage, and even there was obviously a lot of mistakes in B&K Fearex here, but even in some of the plays that backfired, you saw him just rattling off insane numbers, like a short little combos doing like half of 3 people's health. So it was pretty absurd.
Right, and you can really see in this game what Ziggs is capable of if he gets like too much gold from like towers, and then just keeping all the towers alive on his side, because you can just clear waves forever. Like even when they had Baron, he was able to just defend the base so well, and that just led to them winning.
Yeah, I think there's multiple moments where D+ thought we can end, we can finish, we have Baron, we have so many people down, and the Ziggs just really helped to stall out the game. I also feel like Raptor stealing the Baron, because when they pushed at the end with the Elder, if they had Baron as well, they would have just ended the game. So I feel like he could have been an honorable mention, but no votes for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think a bit of a base Duro vote there as well. I do have to say that flash poll at the very end of the game really was a huge moment there for the very young player. So congratulations to him as well for his 1 vote. Otherwise, it all goes to the Ziggs, and it's time for us to go back to the casters to see whether we can possibly eke out some silver scrapes. What do you think, boys?
Thank you, Spacers. You know, I think for D+, you go to blue side, you can ban Ziggs if you'd like. And you and I were talking during the break, Wolf. I feel like DK's still the better team. Props to B&K. I mean, that was an excellent comeback. They were able to punish really nicely, but we're still expecting DK to close it out here.
Yeah, no, if you ask me who impressed me more in that last game and who is more decisive, the answer is 100% D+. The Ziggs was a problem. They couldn't end the game, and they almost were able to, right? They were super close, but a clutch play comes out from Duro. The clutch play on the steal of the Baron from Raptor. These are big moments that gave them opportunities. Henna was a fantastic Ziggs in that last game, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you play the best game 99% of the game. If they kill the Nexus, you lose. And they lost that fight trying to do the same, and we'll be going into Game 4 with D+ on blue side. The Ziggs ban comes through. They will just not be dealing with that this time around. Vi also taken away from Raptor here, as we'll see what this final ban is going to be. Likely a Rumble, you have to imagine. Flashbacks of Game 1.
Please, B&K. Ban Rumble.
Don't know what else you would want to ban in this position.
Yeah, the Korean casters really did not like that one.
No.
Neither do we.
Yeah,
we just didn't emote quite as loudly about it.
Now, like I said in Game 1, Clear is a very good cannon. Then they pivoted to the Azir pick instead. Maybe this time they keep the cannon.
Yeah, he played Ornn against this in Game 1.
Yeah.
I don't really like to see Clear on Ornn.
But guess what, Valdez?
The timing of that.
Is it just Ornn, Azir, but this time they don't have Nasus? Now, forget about Moham's engages and the equalizers and the moms from aiming. It was definitely Nasus that was the problem, right?
Yeah, I do wonder what Moham is going to play in this game for.
Yeah, I do.
What do you think, Wolf? We've seen Rel.
I was thinking
Rel
yeah,
and Rel.
I was thinking maybe he's going to play Rel.
Whoa.
We're just going to get
Hot take.
Viego to soar through the prio here. No Talia or anything like that to show. No Ari, you know, it's Viego, Azir could be a thing, but
no other top jungle like a Lilia, Zyra.
And quite unusual.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Viego.
It's a Raptor champ.
Yeah, it's a Raptor champ. It can get some big resets, especially if you go for a big team fight comp with Witch and Ornn, first pick. You're probably going for a team fight comp.
They could just go for Corki here. Again, it's pretty safe. It's going to lock the Misfortune because they can protect it in the second ban phase.
Yeah. Also means that maybe Moham isn't playing Rel.
If you, yeah, I mean, it would be banned. You have to imagine. If you don't get Leona here, it gets banned. So it's getting banned. Rel will be banned as well, as you mentioned. So that means a different champion for Moham. That's fun. and they're not feeling confident about the Smolder pick again necessarily. You know, it's obviously still could be played, but I don't think it's BNK you need to ban it here. Ban the Rel first. That's the obvious one. There's having some discussions about what else they're going to ban, I think. Or they're just going to ban Corki, which is also
you can
fine.
ban that first. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Rel with the amount of, you know, Wombo combo, team fight ults on the side, and the fact that Moam has played it 3 games in a row, I'm pretty sure they'll ban it next. But let's see here.
And Leona get banned for D+. It's kind of non-negotiable. It's super obvious that they want to play the Azir. They ban the Nasus. They pick the Ornn. They want to scale that mid pickup.
Yeah, there's an angle, by the way. They could ban Alistar and pick Rel.
Yeah, that's true. That is a good point. And we could potentially see, but
just I don't want to like lose my mind if they don't ban it here.
I mean,
okay. Well, that's not necessarily what I was thinking of.
Yeah. So, I mean, this could still be Zeri mid. We don't know just yet, but I mean, Henda's a pretty good Zeri player. It's one of his best picks. This is a tricky ban, actually, for D+. I think the Azir was the most obvious one. Okay, they left open the Leona.
Yeah, I thought it would be Leona.
So, I mean, Duro's been a much better Rakan, to be fair, and it's also strong into MF, but I think now you lock the Leona, and then you keep the Zarya flex. Okay, well, they did what you said they might do, and just blind the Alistar in.
No, I thought they were going to ban Alistar and pick Rel. This is like, please go ahead and play Rel into Alistar again. We don't care.
Yeah,
we can handle it.
I mean, he's hovering the Poppy pick here, which has been a nice answer into Leona. I feel like decent into the Alistar. But it's Rel, right? You have, like, he got POG by setting up both Aiming and Kingan's ultimates over and over and over again.
Yeah, and you had Maokai in the last game, and even that, Maokai and Alistar in the last game, and even that couldn't stop him. Now you don't have Maokai.
Showmaker Kiana angle, right? Right, Valdez?
This
Come on.
is kind of blind.
All right.
Yasuo.
Closer is just going to give him the Akali. That is an iconic pick here in the mid lane for Closer. And, I mean, it can be quite a nice matchup. The Shroud makes it really frustrating to play Yasuo. And outside of the first few levels, the Akali will scale up. Also buffed recently on the previous patch. So coming online a little bit faster in the lane. It's a Closer special, right? You have the Ornn for setup in early game fights. Like, there's a lot of ways for this Akali to actually get fed early if D+ makes some mistakes. But when you consider the synergy with Rel, the Yasuo setups, the ultimate from Kingan, the equalized team fights, and by equalize I mean win in about 2 seconds flat with 2 ultimates coming through. If game 1 is any indication, then I don't know if we're going to ever see a real team fight with Macaulay flipping around and setting up flanks. It is strong into the Rumble. If you can find the Rumble, if you can isolate him, if you can find those angles, it can work really well. And is one of Closer's best champions. It has to be said that he is most known for this pick, I would say, even more than the Aurelia, which he did hover for a moment. But I just look at D+ and I go, this is just too reliable. They have bullet time, which they didn't have last time. That's even better than Mom, which we saw from Aiming in game 1.
Yeah, BNK have really thrown caution to the winds. We'll see if it works out for them here in game number 4. They want to mix up the series, and they have done it by their own hand. Let's see how it goes as we hop onto the rift for game 4. Well, the BNK fans certainly rejuvenated with some life. The first couple of games for them, very disappointing, but a big comeback in game 3. And, you know, maybe they will turn this one around in this series. I don't know if this draft is it, Wolf? I feel like they almost got a bit confused here on the red side and somehow forgot that Moham played 3 games of Rel.
But they got Alistair.
I'm
Valdez.
willing to be proven wrong. If Duro is somehow able to single-handedly keep Moham out of the game, like he was unable to do for the last couple of games, or rather 3 games, then sure, that would be nice. I would like to see that, because that would be a really nice performance.
That last game, Moham had a POG performance, and I believe would have gotten POG had they won the game, because he was punishing consistently those big Ziggs pushes. They still lost the game. It was his first loss of the season on the pick. Just keep that in mind.
He hasn't played a lot of games, though, right?
He has played, I believe, 7 games in total, including that last one.
Of Rel?
Of Rel. So I think he's
That's
6-1
a lot of games,
now.
Actually. Yeah, I think you're right. I remember seeing 6-0.
So I believe he's 6-1 now. We'll see. Yeah, 6-1. And has clearly been his best pick. So there's a lot of reasons why we're scratching our heads on this one. Obviously, Ryu may be thinking about other things.
Yeah, I mean, they really wanted to choke out Showmaker. The thing is, though, is that Showmaker is definitely one of the mid laners that has a deep pool. Yeah. He doesn't necessarily always have to pull it out, especially during a regular season where you might want to hide some stuff. And yeah, I mean, he's just going to play Yasuo. Like, he didn't have to do this as he's going in. He wants to get the kill. The knockup comes in, and, well, he doesn't really have kill pressure without Ignite. As my solo queue nightmares are coming back to haunt me. He's still getting in there. He's still taking good trades.
Yeah, it's hard in the first few levels here for the Akali to fight a Yasuo because his base damage is quite high. And, you know, in the Shroud, she has some strengths there, obviously, but as he is aggressively trading, it's tough for Closer to trade back. They both went for Fleet Footwork. So, a great rune choice here for Closer. It's not going to be about the lane, though. For this Akali, it is going to be about the early skirmishes and what Ornn Viego can help set up for her. As we are seeing that Pays is the one in the 1v4 here in the Misfortune matchup. I feel like this says a lot more about some desperate drafts for a lot of our teams than it does about this matchup in general, but it is a big boon here for BNK statistically. See how it goes. It is Hannah playing this pick, and he has been a pretty good Zeri player.
Yeah, he definitely has. I mean, he's played a lot of Ashe in recent times, but Zeri has always been his fallback. And there's been a lot of metas where you had to play Zeri, otherwise you probably were not feeling pretty good about... Duro's just going to slam the ground, and actually the trade is pretty good for BNK. And that is going to force the barrier here out of aiming. So, kind of interesting that Duro almost baits that fight into happening, and it feels pretty good for them.
Yeah. Moham is like, nice counter to Rel, by the way.
They're going in here on a Moham as Moham trying to open up the skill for Duro. Aiming once is gold, but it's first blood that goes over. Look at the flash! That's going to force aiming to flash over the wall here himself. He's still fighting here against Henna, as he does have to press the attack. Is it enough damage? Trying to dodge the Qs. Is aiming. The extendo beam also dodges. Henna's going to flash away. One more Q to hit aiming. And look at this. Showmaker is here in the bottom lane. And aiming says, no, that's my gold. You go back to your lane.
I mean, Hannah kind of choked that fight. He got slowed there by aiming, but misses the extendo beam completely. Wastes a lot of time, actually. Cancels some autos and burst fires. And ends up getting taken out by... Showmaker's roam to the bottom lane. He has lane prio. 2 kills to aiming on the play. He's 13 CS up. And it all starts off with, that's right, Moham on the Rel. And Valdez, this is not the start you were looking for if you are a BNK fan, hoping for that Silver Scrapes music.
Well, here's Moham again. This time it's just a normal support roam in the mid. He's not going to look for any kills. But yeah, I mean, it's it's like one of those... It feels like it's like a cliche movie. It's like a rom-com you've seen like 100 different variations of, where it's like, we've seen this script before, like, oh, he gets the Rel again and he carries again, and it's a great story and everybody's really happy at the end.
It's a Korean movie with the tragedy, it's a comedy when there's tragedy in the third act. You're like, I knew it was coming.
And the thing is, it was written by the villain, who is BNK. They're like, no, we want this to happen.
Yeah.
We've been harping on this a lot. I mean, we're going to see more of this, so I don't even know if we have to say too much more.
I feel like
Aiming
we're not
does
even,
have 2 kills.
We're not even harping, we're like tromboning this a little bit. Like
yeah. Why is harp the word anyway?
Yeah,
Harps
I don't
are very
know.
nice and relaxing.
Yeah, we are. So it's certainly not the instrument we're looking for. Raptor is down here as a level 6 Viego. Maybe they can make something happen, but he's so squishy. And it's hard to pull this one off into this rel, and they're just going to let it go. Aiming will clear this wave, maintains that 10 CS advantage. And on the top side of the map, this time it's Lucid, who's actually getting grub control. They'll trade it for a dragon here. As
I like this from BNK. A lot of times, you know, BNK were on blue in the last couple of games, and they were getting the grubs, and DK weren't doing much because they were just Omega scaling.
Yeah.
But BNK are like, no, we're just going to get this objective right now.
Go back to this play. And Moam gets the double stun here. Duro is super low, but look at Henna's damage coming through. They end up getting the first kill. It's actually Henna who picks up first blood. The flash comes through here. Aiming has to flash for the chase. And then things get a little messy as Henna misses a ton of burst fires. And then the slow comes through here for Aiming. Extendo Beam is just sent to the nether. And Aiming has brush control here. Henna does not have a ward, so cannot actually execute him there, even though if he had one more burst through, he would have definitely killed him. Just kind of a disaster.
형이야.
He said, I assume he was saying that to Henna, like, I'm your big bro. Yeah, he's like, I'm the bigger brother, basically. Yeah. Like, I'm big bro, you're little bro.
So G-Sun giving us saying it. He's just saying, I'm aiming. It's me. I'm the Gold King. And you know what? He is. In this game, he's got 2 kills. He didn't get the first blood, but he's got a big CS gap. And meanwhile, top lane, they're getting pretty low. I don't think he's got kill pressure onto an Ornn. Also has 2 biscuits and a refillable.
Same skin for Clear this time around. And we haven't really watched the top lane too much, but no lane swap this game. And
isn't that the new one, like the train conductor one?
Yeah.
That Captain Flowers actually just wrote. It's a good one. I'm a big fan.
That's pretty cool.
I think, though, again, seeing Clear on Ornn just kind of hurts.
Well, I mean, look, it's still early days. I think there's a lot of ways to set up this Akali, but meanwhile, over here, we're having a bit of a fight, a bit of a tussle.
Oh, that knockup was so close to hitting, but now they're going to get the knockup from, you guessed it, the Rel. The Ignite comes in onto Duro. They're going very deep for this one. Pretty forced from the side of DK, and the Zeri's getting a lot of value. Showmaker just going to flash away, especially with Closer coming on over. And that's just not going to amount to too much.
Yeah, these are the types of fights where if you index too heavily as D+ into blowing up a single target and you're unsuccessful, and then Closer shows up and actually rips through the team fight with his ultimate and takes a few people down, then suddenly the game is basically unplayable because you have this fed Akali early. He's not able to get any kills. It's being a bloodless fight. Big exchange there. D+ still with a significant lead though. Those 2 kills onto Aiming. Clear is going to give over a plate here, it looks like, off of this big wave that's stacked up. And Kingan's not going to get caught under turret. Just this time we'll let it go through. In game 1 there were a few moments. But this time just going to slowly let the minions get the work done. I still think this game is playable for BNK. I feel like one wrong skirmish for D+ and suddenly open back up, but you know, the Zeri is a ways away from being relevant, and Closer hasn't been able to have an impact just yet.
Yeah, like you've been alluding to, I think we need to see like a Zeri moment and maybe even the rare Akali moments, right? And maybe, I mean, there certainly hasn't been the cleanest series, to say the least, and I think that a lot of fights from the side of DK have been all over the place, trying to punish in areas where BNK were just kind of out of position, and it gets really down and dirty. So perhaps there are ways for Closer and Henna to really punish. And also Raptor, you know, the Viego moment.
Yeah,
he gets a lot of resets.
I feel like this
comp does do things.
It snowballs really hard. If you start to win, you win really, really hard because the resets for the Viego come through, the Akali starts getting kills. And she's so strong in those early skirmishes if she's set up correctly. And with this Ornn, I feel like you do have the setup for a pick. You get that one pick and then fight is one, but it's not just one and you're like, all right, cool, we got a kill. You usually chase these D+ players down and kill them in this type of game because your comp is really sticky, very difficult to deal with, very difficult to escape from. We are going to have a bit of a tussle now over these grubs. D+ have some topside prio. Clear coming over.
They don't know that Clear is there, and Aiming's in a really awkward spot. He has to flash the wall. Moham is kind of behind him, and now he's going to get the three-man engage in the wombo combo. Who could have seen this coming? As everybody is going to get slowed up, and everybody on the side of BNK is just going to be ripped to pieces as it's 3 kills and a couple of extra bonus grubs. As DK rather really take off in this game 4.
Well, they gave him Rel Valdez, and you know he found an angle. They've got the Yasuo, and that was not the Zeri moment we were looking for. That was not the Akali moment we were looking for. Apparently, it was the Rel moment, and the kills are split across the board here for D+. Aiming picks up 2 assists. Kingen is getting mid plates as Aiming is handling the top wave right now. Actually gets 2.
Yeah.
I was really hoping maybe we could see this composition that's so closer flared with this Akali bring us to a 5th game and get silver scrapes, but the forecast is grim after that last fight.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about, you know, the win conditions of DK. I think it's really obvious, right? You kind of all press your buttons at once, and we saw it there. Like, that was the D+Kia fight. That's the way that they win the game. Unfortunately for BNK, you know, they have ways that they win the game as well, but we just did not see that enabled at all on that fight. They want to fight pretty early on. They want to have their Zeri, Viego, Akali, whatever moments. They want to get the wombo combos, a nice angle from Clear, but unfortunately, you know, once again, they didn't mark Moham. Dura was not able to zone him away, so the wombo comes in, and you never really got a pick because Aiming just flashes the Ornhorn, and so you're missing a lot of engage, and, you know, eventually BNK just stick around for too long.
And you're missing the peel as well. As Duro, look at where he is, okay? And look at where Moham is. Moham is in the pit. No one's marked him. No one's prepared for this. It's like the Rel isn't even real to them. But guess what? It's real. And, I mean, unfortunately, if you're going to think the Alistar is enough of an answer, you have to be on top of him. And they were so greedy trying to look for the pick with Clear's ultimate, as Closer's in trouble now.
Yeah, just kind of ult him as well as kind of just poke him with the lance. Doesn't really do much, but it zones him away.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting the turret, so
it's a lot of gold.
A lot of money to the Gold King.
Everybody backs away. They're like, yes, yes, your highness. The Gold King must collect. And it's still...
He's like, I saw 63!
Still gets split.
TP!
Yeah, the TP comes in. The last breath comes out from Showmaker. Closer does get away, but they force the flash here, and the turret's going to go down. So they don't get the kill, but they're still pretty happy with it. RD plus Kia. Duro, awkward spot here. He's getting run down by a Lilia, who is level 10. And now we've got a massive equalizer. Closer is out of the fight. The resets are used to disengage. And there are no resets to be had. Steve plus Key are kind of just owning them here in game number 4.
This is our most one-sided game yet. And, I mean, a lot of it comes down to that bottom side fight. Disaster on the Grubs. And this one just feels like a tragedy, Valdez. And Closer's not going to be able to show off his Akali skills in this game, it doesn't look like.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we talked about how D+, they definitely feel like the better team. I think that Ryu definitely took some big risks in the draft, to say the least. And unfortunately for BNK, they're just not really paying off. You know, this could have looked like a different game, but just the execution was not there.
Yeah. I mean, Closer this is his game now.
Well, he's on a ward, so
he can't farm.
Kingen knows where he is, and he can see him, and he's burned to a crisp.
He knew it. We knew it. He was like, I probably die, but I guess I need to kill the minions, and Kingen will also die.
Yeah, again, not the cleanest series. He's trying to actually punish Raptor, and Raptor's gonna burn down as well. And yes, the shutdown gold does go over to the Zeri, but DK are getting wins elsewhere.
I mean, they're getting the mid turret.
Top turret.
Top turret. They can get the Herald. It's just such a huge, I mean, it's 6,000 gold 8 to 15 minutes. It's not playable. Valdez, and I mean, they're so desperate to save the bottom turret. If we rewind all the way back, like Closer TP'd in to flash and lose the turret, to then die because he can't farm, and there's a Fed Rumble on the other side, who then kills the jungler as well. That's the recap of the last 3 minutes of play.
Yeah. Also, Lucid very far ahead in the jungle. I mean, we haven't talked about him at all, but he's also just... It's a very happy Lilia or / jungle game where you just get super far ahead.
He's on a ward. He knows he's in relative danger. Like, that's why he's hiding in the brush. He doesn't know he's on vision. And then he just chases him around, predicts where he's going to be. Not that he would have gotten out if he missed most of that flame spur anyways. And then, see his reaction here as he avoids the stun. Gets slowed by Zeri. And clicks him and walks towards him and says, I got him.
Yeah. He's a bit surprised.
Big game hunter.
Big game hunter, Kingan's nickname. Hunting some small game in this one, it looks like, with a poor Akali who's 0-1. At 1/3 health, standing on a ward.
Yeah.
And then killing the Viego that is Paperman.
What wasn't a very fair fight, for sure. And yeah, like you said, I mean, this game is more one-sided than any we've had before. A lot of leads, top, jungle, mid, also bot. I feel like Henna, you know, he gets the shutdown. That's part of the reason why the AD carry gap is not quite as large as the other ones. But, I mean, aiming also still probably just on top of the gold.
It is still a gap, you know, and it's hard to kill this misfortune that
Don't do it. Oh, he's going in.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Whoa, I was getting scared. Aiming has to flash away, but now you've got a Rel. But the reset, the Heartbreaker coming in onto Aiming, but he can't get the kill. They cannot extend enough, and it was desperation to try to take down Aiming in the first place.
I mean, like I said, like or I was alluding to before we had that fight topside, he's got BT. He's hard to kill. You don't have the advantage, you don't have the gold, the items to blow him up in situations like this, so he just allows his shield to eat the damage. He's got barrier, and now Duro is going to get burned down a little bit.
This is 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Threatening the inhibitor turret.
And they will get it. Not even close to a defense here. No answers, no opportunities. Closer is backing. And they'll even save the Herald and send it elsewhere. A nice little taxi over to the Dragon.
Yep.
Right.
They could take the Dragon.
Actually, just go straight back to mid.
They have all the information that we do, but it looks like he will start it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Aiming, look at his shield here.
So they know Moham's around.
Yeah. They're 100% aware of it. Aiming walks up. Biggest baiter in the world, okay? Big bait. Masterful, you could say. Has the shield from the BT, has the barrier. Raptor comes through. And they just walk back towards the waiting arms of Moham. And Aiming's like, cool, I'm back to farming. More gold for me, thank you. He has 70% KP this game. Has just widely been shooting people while the setup is there. And the setup keeps being there for Moham.
Gold King. Aiming.
King, yes, indeed.
He is on top, 800 ahead of Kingen, who has 5 kills. It's just the way it goes.
He's 30 CS up. You know, he's got all those extra assists as well.
Got some plates and bots.
Yeah.
Split it with Showmaker, still ahead. Doesn't matter. The Yasuo pick is actually working out pretty well. I mean, you know, it has a pretty good lane into the Akali.
Yeah.
As we saw, you know, the Akali not really getting enough done in the lane, and we haven't seen it have really a good team fight just yet. Kingen is in the brush here, and he's got the entire team following up, but clear he really wants to take down Kingen. Kind of trying to reminisce from game 1, if you remember. Kingen got bullied a lot, but here are a lot of members of DK. That's a kill, and Moham gets the 3-man ult again! Again, who could have seen that coming? As Closer is trying to run away. He is going to ult 2 away, but here comes Lucid trying to dive alongside of Moham, who's going to tank the turret. And Lucid might just have the speed up to get it done. The sleep is coming in, and one bowling ball could get the job done. Oh, Duro! Oh, that's so sad.
It is so sad, but I think he knows this one is done and dusted. Valdez, 14 kills to 3. This is like when D+ took Gen G down last time around. We haven't seen too many one-sided games like this, but... And D+'s games have been pretty long, you know, pretty drawn out, but not this one. Not this one. 20 minutes, 2 inhibitors down. I mean, you go back to plays like this, and you're like, okay, well, maybe this is a win. Look at the map. Clear's going in, but there is no vision in the jungle at all. Like, even a little bit. Kingen just walks it off. They commit a TP. And Moham is standing on top of 3 people, and he's like, you think I won't? I will! And aiming's just at the ready with the bullet time. You walked into this draft. You walked into it. And I don't think anyone will forgive it. But for BNK fans, it is definitely a tragic end to what was a nice battle back in Game 3. Well, it's starting to feel like the long off-season is beginning now. 12,000 gold behind here nearly.
Yeah.
Have it 11. 11.2.
Nice.
And
precise.
D+ are just on Baron. I don't know what miracle we'd have to witness for them to toss this lead away.
Who are you going to give POG to, Wolf? Just curious.
I think it's going to be that man right there with the horse pants and now a Baron buff under him. The one that is playing the Rel champion. The one that is playing his 8th game of Rel this season after only one loss, where he would have been POG in the last game had they won. Probably going to be that. It's probably going to be him.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. That's just my personal thing. If you could vote, who would you vote for?
Rel. Who do you think Right Media is going to vote for?
Yasuo, yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, look,
aiming. I mean, he has a lot of.
Look at this angle.
Yeah, I mean, clear. I mean, he's trying to be the Ornn engager.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe this was one of the reads from their scrims and from the new patch. They say, okay, we really like Clear on Ornn. We like the way he's able to enable our carries, but we just haven't really seen it in the series at all.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to find some sort of angle on these squishy frontliners.
Dura was hiding behind the turret. Hex splashing. It's actually really cute. Kind of difficult to see that he's charging up the Hex Splash. But at the end of the day, the cuteness probably not enough. As Clear, he's got an angle that is going to hit 3 people. Duro goes in, and well, you guessed it, the Rel ult onto 3 people again. And there you go, the Wombo Combo Comp is going to win game number 4, and D+ Kia will be moving on to round 2 of the Woori Bank playoffs. And there you have it, 19-3, 23 minutes is game number 4. Nothing like game 3, and DK, they get the cherry on top.
A very decisive win after what was a nice battle back for BNK in game 3. But D+ were a tier above today. And ultimately, it did look like the 3rd place versus 6th place matchup we walked into today expecting. There were a lot of 3-1 Andys, myself included. Ended up getting the one game.
I don't know what you're talking about, Wolf. This is a 3-0. Says a 3-0 voter myself.
Yeah, well,
kind of felt that way.
D+ going up, and we will see if Genji are bold enough to pick them. I'm gonna guess no.
Yeah, that's the next question, right?
Yeah, because that's the really interesting part, because we don't know what tomorrow's gonna look like just yet with the telecom war, as KT is the only team to beat Genji here domestically.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily want to pick them, but I think you might want to pick them over this team that's just looking so dominant right now and has great reads on the meta. T1, also a question mark. We will see if they end up winning tomorrow as well with their reinvigorated form at the end of the season. This playoffs is going to look, I feel like, very interesting from here. This was the one series in playoffs that felt like it was almost a foregone conclusion. We knew that D+ is our 3rd place team.
This one is always the easiest to predict, right?
Yeah. But the rest of it gets a lot more interesting as Mohan, man, they just gave him the Rel, and he was like, I'll take it.
Yeah, we're going to have to change his name to Morel the Namacon.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah,
you know what? If you don't have to show flexibility, why show flexibility? Show less, win more.
Let the show begin.
Sure.
There you go. Yeah, see, that guy gets it.
Yeah.
You think D+ would lose? That's what it says. And the answer today was no. They would not lose to BNK.
I think that, to be fair, Valdez, this was not the same BNK that we watched when they played against D+ last time around or throughout a lot of round 2. A lot of confidence issues, a lot of underperformances. I think Hannah had a really rough series, frankly, on picks that he has played a ton of in the past. He's found great success on in the past. He just wasn't able to show up today. His Ashe games were honestly just not up to his level. And what matters most is that on the days that matter, on playoffs, you made it to playoffs, but that's That's where the tournament starts, really, for trying to pick up a trophy. He wasn't able to perform. They weren't able to play pick comps. They didn't play their identity fully. The Ziggs was great. Like, he had that bounce back game, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But the other games...
That was such a not BNK comp as well.
Yeah. But the other games were just... No, like, Moham was... You guys are grouping? I'll ult you. That was the whole series.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the way it goes. We'll listen in. Go, go, go. Wow.
Oh, 나이스.
Moham!
와, 잘했다. 아이고.
Good job.
좋습니다. 지지. 제제. 나이스.
Yeah, well, that's the long and short of it. I mean, yeah, Moham's like, look, I only played Rel. What a shocker. I feel like BNK fans are going to be really, really, really disappointed with the drafting today. And I started the series off saying, you know, Ryu has an opportunity to build a legacy, right, as a coach, but he hasn't been able to push them over the line just yet. Some of the drafts that we've seen from, especially towards the middle of the season, we're like, oh, okay, they're finding their identity. We've seen some really good drafts, but it felt like it dropped off again here towards the end. And then in this playoff series, it just wasn't it. And I don't know what it means, Valdez, but for BNK, it means their season is over.
Season's over for BNK. DK will move on to round 2. Gen.G, of course, as we mentioned before, they have the choice of picking either DK or the winner of tomorrow's Telecom War. So we'll have to wait and see who wins that, and then we'll see who Gen.G picks for round 2. But until then, we are done here on the cast. So let's throw it over to the space for the breakdown.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day, as per usual. And yes, welcome back. Our very first series in the Uribank playoffs has concluded, and D+, they were the assumed winners, but we didn't necessarily think that they were going to win Game 4 quite like they did. I've got Orcs and Kisan here. We're going to go through it. Orcs, what went wrong?
Well, we've learned a lot about Moham, and there's a particular pick he's been kind of flourishing
what's
on
that?
this series called Rel.
Oh.
And, you know, there is a lot in the meta at the moment. There's a lot of places you can pick Rel and you can be effective. But I think when you have Rumble and Lilia and MF and then they end up picking the Yasuo, they're like, you know what? Let's just go all in. This is like, you know, when you played like early on when you play in League with like your gold friends, and they're like, let's pick this huge wombo combo.
It's like the Amumu Malphite
exactly.
Oh,
this is just like that. And with how this series has been going, it's just going to dominate because there's been such scrappy fights. And in this one, Moham's been getting good ults. He lands an ult. Everyone presses R. And you win the game. It's that simple. And I just don't understand. Like, I get they were like, oh, well, they have a AP heavy top side. They need an AD mid. But there's still a lot of AD options. I mean, even if they banned Yasuo, Yone's still open. That would have synced up well with the comp. I just think it's criminal they let him get Rel again after these games. They also took the Ornn in a Rumble. It's not working. It didn't work. The Akali was desperation after the draft. It was just cooked. It was just cooked.
And they knew it as well because they picked Alistar assuming that they were going to pick Rel. They're like, it's a decent matchup. Kisan, please tell me something good about BNK.
So I guess the idea behind BNK's draft was they have the Ornn prepared against Rumble, right? They want to give Rumble and force Showmaker on the AD mid, which it hasn't been that comfortable on the for the split. So they want him on an AD mid. They banned away the safe ones, like they banned Narcissus after realizing that's like really hard to really challenge. It's like it neutralizes the wave. And they want to skill check Showmaker with Closer, but they realize they can just pick Yasuo and just remove the lane, and then have really strong picks everywhere else where team fighting is really, really simple for DK, and they just press R and win.
I think as well, they didn't pick the Leona to cancel the MF ult. They're like, it's fine, we have the Ornn, and then they picked Yasuo, so you can't even ult to stop the MF ult.
Yeah, it's all in a little bit of trouble, and as you could see, we had some highlights there to indicate that Rel could have theoretically been banned. An understandable thing. Let's dive into our first highlight here, where we see the result of everything kind of going wrong. Keep your eyes on the Rel in this one.
And you really see here, like, Rel just keeps getting like massive ults off. Like, he is playing out of vision, but they see him clearly, but they still just can't react to him properly. And Zeri does manage to get out, but like it's just too easy for them to fight these fights with their ult combo. And it's just too much AoE for them to actually play against.
I think as well, you see aiming getting the full channel MF ult in that situation. It's early on, so everyone doesn't immediately die. We got some examples of that later in the game, but this was really the point I was like, oh, well, it's just over then. You've just been wiped on the grub fight. It's only going to get worse from here on out. And it did. We saw that.
Yeah, it got very worse. And it wasn't necessarily where we were expecting it to get a whole lot worse as well, because I was kind of thinking that aiming would start really excelling and finding kill after kill. You know, we'd see more of the Moham engages. But it was the walking barbecue that really got things going here for D+. And Kingen getting through the lane against the Ornn just fine, and then just started cooking, and the guy looked super good on this pick once again. This was a very unfortunate teleport to start off this highlight number 2.
Yeah, they instantly try and combat it. They try to go for the counterplay, but the tower's already down. They're like, hey, we can maybe find something here. And then the TP comes in, and immediately they realize they can't. And, we've talked a lot about the Rel. Rumble also exists, and he did a lot of existing right here.
Right, and Rumble does just way too much damage, and you can see here as well, like, he just gets a massive damage off onto Closer and just one-shots him completely. Like, he is half HP, but he still just can't do anything.
And follows him perfectly in the Shroud as well. And we saw it from his pro view, and that was even kind of
at least they kill the Rumble here. It's not like, he's under towers, between 2 towers. It's a 2v1. He'll just die here, and then, And
this is how it all started, was him cooking a Viego, and now he just does it again. And then, from that point on, the Rumble was exceptionally strong, and then all of the buttons worked together, and everybody died on the side of BNK. And then we had, a round 2 berth for D+ into the next round of the playoffs. So now it's time for the POG. See who's going to pick this one up, and it will be Moham once again. Kingen had a great game, but this man is holding this team together right now. I think that Moham has been a stroke of genius for D+.
Yeah, he felt like throughout this series, his plays were really relevant. Yeah, a little, maybe a bit too on the nose. Not enough, apparently, for BNK Fearax. They didn't get the memo. But you have to credit Moham. The reason we sort of focus so much on the Rel being a must-ban is because he's just been phenomenal on it. A late addition to the roster, something that a lot of people question, like, oh, D+ are doing well, you're subbing out Kellen. This is why.
And the whole comp playing around the Rel just makes like Rel's life so much easier, having the long-ranged damage follow-up into the plays. It really made it really, really great.
And this time, it's the aiming vote that I'm the most quizzical about. I'm actually kind of okay with Kingen picking up a vote. I feel like his Rumble has been fantastic, and he had a really good game.
Yeah, I feel like the aiming one, when he stole the kill from Showmaker?
Yeah.
Maybe this is some Showmaker hate. Like, they saw that, like, yes, do it, Gold King, steal that kill.
And also, I mean, the game was really difficult immediately after that kill under Henna on the bottom side of the map, so maybe that's what they're referring to. But now it is time for an interview with the entirety of D+, and so here's Jason with the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisoo for the post-match interview of Woori Bank 2024 LCK Summer Playoffs. D+ Kia has secured their spot in the round 2 of the playoffs with a victory today. Let's welcome the starting 5 players on the side of D+ Kia: Kingen, Lucid, Showmaker, Aiming, and Moham. Congratulations on the win, everyone. First up, Kingen. Today, you not only achieved 2,000 assists in the LCK, but also advanced to the round 2 of the playoffs. How do you feel? Well, I did not know that I hit 2,000, but it feels amazing to find out. I realized that because one day I looked up my own kind of stats, and then I figured I don't really have many kills because maybe I'm just too nice and always let my teammates take the kills, but one day I can also hit the kill milestone as well. And once again, you showed your strength as the CEO Kingen in the playoffs as well. What do you think is the most important factor in the best of 5 series?
똑같다고 마인드 컨트롤하는 게
I try to remind myself that this is, same as the regular season match to not get too nervous. So if you just play on your, usual rhythm, I think the opponents will kind of rush themselves. So I guess that's why people sometimes tell me that I'm very consistent when it comes to bigger matches or best of 5 series. And lastly, anything you would like to say to the fans out there? We really wanted to get a 3-0 today. Too bad that it was a 3-1, but still, I think this could be a great chance for us to come back even stronger based on the outcome we had today. We're not sure yet who we're going to face in the next round of the playoffs, but I promise that we will come back stronger.
이어서 루시드 선수와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
Next up, Lucid.
데뷔 이후 두 번째
This is your
플레이오프
second
2라운드
time
진출하셨습니다. 소감
advancing
어떠신가요?
to round 2 of the playoffs since your debut. How do you feel? Once you make it to the second round, you get one other chance. So I really wanted to, advance to the second round, and I'm so happy that I made it happen this time.
동선으로 계속 이득을 보고
And today, D Plus kind of consistently gained a lot of advantage early on with your jungle pathing. Was that something that you focused on while prepping for the playoffs? Well, I kind of prepared this by myself because Raptor, he's a rookie player. He has never been to playoffs yet, so if I can go for some cheesy early game build or pathing, it can kind of really get into his head, and I think kind of worked.
루키 오브 더 이어에 수상하게 됐습니다. 축하드립니다.
Also, congratulations on winning the Rookie of the Year award, Lucid.
살짝 들어볼 수 있을까요?
How do you feel about that?
프로 생활하면서 딱 한 번만 받을 수
You only
있는
get one chance to win the Rookie of the Year award, so I'm so happy that I won it this year, this season, and I'm so glad and proud that I managed to get so many celebrations from the fans. To wrap up, what are your goals and resolution as you head into the round 2 of the playoffs? So we're gonna play up against either Genji or Hana Life. Both of them look very strong, so we will do our best in the next round of the playoffs as well.
네, 이어서 쇼메이커 선수와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
Next up, moving on to Showmaker. Congrats on advancing to the second round of playoffs. What aspects did you focus on while preparing for the match today? BNK FearX, they kind of focus heavily on their top side, so our main focus was the top side skirmish and combat. Game number 1, you picked Nasus mid against Azir. What led to this pick? What kind of interpretation did you have about the current patch? I mean, I'm a big new champion enjoyer of the mid lane, Because it's a best of 5 series, you better have pocket picks up your sleeves in order to kind of play the mind games. So I think it kind of worked. Then do you have anything else in the round 2? I mean, today even I played a lot of new champions, which means I have even more up my sleeves. So you can stay tuned for that. We still have, second match of the first round to watch. Also, we don't know who we are going to face in the second round as well, but we will make sure that we will give our all in the next match. And aiming, you continue to showcase your strong performance in the playoffs. How do you feel about the win today? Feels great to win. I kind of think that we did manage to get a clean win today, so it feels amazing. So early on in the series, you played Smolder for 3 games in a row, even as R1 Smolder in game 3. So what are your thoughts on Smolder? His late game is absolutely strong, so we wanted to secure that pick in order to kind of utilize the late game carry potential. And then you picked MF into Zeri, and MF was actually, prior to today's series, was on a 1-4 head-to-head record into Zeri. Well, in fact, MF right now, her stats are so strong in the laning phase, so as long as you can get through lane, I knew that my teammates will allow me to win out the entire game as well, so I didn't really have too much worries about locking misfortune into Zeri. Then who do you think you'll face in round 2 of Genji Hana Life? Actually, I still have a group chat of your last year KT roster, so I asked the guys, and Lihan's replied, "We're gonna choose you." So I don't know. I think I already have the spoiler.
그렇다면 플레이오프 2라운드 각오도 들어보겠습니다.
Then what are your resolution and thoughts heading into the round 2 of playoffs? I mean, we are off to a great start right now, so I hope we can win the round 2 match as well and win the LCK title.
기대하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이어서 모함 선수와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
And lastly,
모함 선수
모함.
지금 너무 귀여운 인형을 들고 계시는데 혹시 뭔지
I
여쭤봐도
see you
될까요?
holding a cute little plushie toy. What's that?
저희 마스코트 쇼가살이라고 하고요.
This is our mascot, the showmaker, Starfish.
사진 찍기로 했었는데
We promised to do a group photo, and then I thought it was really cute. I just wanted to bring out to the stage as well.
멋진 활약으로 승리한 소감 여쭤보겠습니다.
This was your first playoffs, Moham. How do you feel after the entire series just wrapped? I had a great meal right before the match, so I had really good feelings. And I told my teammates today's gonna be a good day, and then I actually did deliver, so it feels great. What did you have for lunch? Pho, also banana, and then an energy bar, protein bar, and then Americano, a cup of Americano, also Coke. So everything was just like there for me to kind of showcase the best performance.
시원한 이니시로 또 POG를 받기도 하셨는데요.
And you won multiple POGs today as well, and your RAL
1패 중이고요.
is 7-1 currently, including CL record. It's actually was on a 11-game winning streak. How confident are you in your RAL? For sure, my most confident pick, but I didn't realize or I didn't really know that I would get to play REL 4 games in a row, and everyone was on the same page. Even my teammates were like, just give him REL.
후반부부터 플레이오프까지 함께 하고 계신데요.
So you have been playing a very important role since the end of the regular season, and now in the playoffs as well. Today as well, Aiming told me I will be able to do damage for you guys, so just don't be afraid to go in for engages. So I'm gonna keep that play style until the end of the playoffs. I'm just gonna go in for plays and start up the team fight for my team. Now before we go, Showmaker, ask the captain, can you send a message to the team that you will be facing in the round 2 of the playoffs? Likely to be Genji based on Aiming's spoiler though. We have no idea yet, but we will do our best. One more time, let's give a big round of applause to the D+Kia players. And now I'm gonna throw it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation there, and so cute hearing from Moham after his absolutely incredible debut into playoffs match there. Brilliant performance. As you can see, 3-1. Some of us absolutely beautifully correct with our 3-1 predictions. Myself and Wolf, 2 examples. Where did you guys go with today's predictions?
For me, I had the 3-0 for DK, so slightly off, I guess. Unlucky.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky.
I had 3-2. I thought they'd ban RAL. They didn't. That was my bad, my mistake. Yeah, also, unfortunate.
It's a weird prediction. I didn't think that they'd ban RAL, but they should have definitely banned RAL. That's 100% what's supposed to happen. As we do have a telecom war coming up tomorrow. That's going to be myself and you, Orcs.
Oh yeah.
We're going to be bringing you all of that action. Absolutely no idea what the coin has for us in this particular matchup, but we know playoffs, T1 and KT, it is just always bangers. It's how it works. Whether KT picks it or not, it is always going to be an incredible time. So we'll just have to see who is going to be making it to the next round and who is going to have to wait for that Worlds qualifier for a chance at one of the 4 slots to go to Worlds. It's kind of nutty that we're going to lose one of these teams, but it's going to have to happen. That will be tomorrow. But for now, that'll do it for today. Thank you so much for watching the Uribank Playoffs. We'll see you tomorrow for more.
있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다.
본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요. 이게 KT의 고점이고요. 나이스! 왕자마 올라간다!
가족 사진 좀 같이 찍어.